morning.
Tuesday, okay. I saw, yeah, I want to see. I saw pictures of her friend on Instagram. That's why I knew that. Katie's was this morning. I was waiting for a picture.
Just waiting on Katrina and everybody else before we start.
I'm sorry.
I'm waiting on Katrina.
Okay, all right.
Where'd
Katrina go?
She's there.
Good morning.
Katie has one example. But yeah, she was there. It was on step to see my yeah, we're going today because Georgetown and GW tomorrow. Yeah, but yeah, so I don't think she would have gone last night. Stupid, horrible timing. They did.
We ready to rock and roll? Okay.
Katrina.
I'm ready.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the special magistrate hearing for May 26, 2022. If you wish to speak today, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you all swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing? Thank you. Please silence all electronic devices.
Our first case is on page 60. It's a hearing to impose fines. Case number CE 211-10648. Case address 1423 Northwest 12th Street. Owners E.D. McDonald, Clarice McDonald. This case was first heard on March 24, 2022, to comply by April 28, 2022. One section not complied at $25 per day. $700 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount, and fines continue to accrue.
Good morning.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Exantis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement. Case and address as read. This case first came to before the special magistrate on March 4th, 2022, and the magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and property owner was required 35 days to comply with the violation. At this time, a pre-hearing, a posting was done on May 13, 2022, and the pre-hearing inspection was done on May 18, 2022, and property remained in violation, and the city is requesting all fine to be imposed. Property owner is here, so I'm gonna let him speak at this time.
All right. Sir, if you'll speak right into the microphone and state your name, please.
My name is Easton McDonald. I live at 1423 Northwest 12th Street.
All right. Tell me what's happening here.
Oh.
You've taken care of some of the violations, but
Yes,
you've been
in other words,
compliance.
I have some food.
I'm talking.
Okay, sorry.
You've been out of compliance for 28 days on the last one. Tell me what you're doing to comply.
Well, I've cleaned up the house, cleaned up the yard and everything. I've picture of that and everything. And I have Right Roofing Company. I gave them the window to put in from last year, November. And every month they come and they tell me that they are going to put the window in and the window is not in. I called the Better Business Bureau and I letter here from the Better Business Bureau. And in other words, Better Business Bureau told me that, in other words, they said they're coming in next month to put it in and they don't show up. So I get an attorney to work on it to find out if the attorney can tell them to hurry up and put in the window. So that's the only reason I'm here, sir.
All right. Anything further from the city? All right. Anything
Yeah, Your
further
Honor.
from the city?
Property owner has been very diligent working on the property. At this time, the city would want to give him an extension of 140 days and a stay of fine up until he can bring the property to compliance.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry, you say 40 days?
140, 140.
Yes, do 42. All right, sir.
No, it said 140.
140. 140, I'm sorry. All right. Sir, I'm going to grant an extension and stay the fines as of this date. I'm going to grant you an extension that's longer than usual. It's 140 days.
Yes, sir.
Right? And I want all these things, this last violation taken care of within that time.
Okay, okay.
Stay the fines as of this date.
Okay, sir.
All right?
Good.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 11. Inspector Wilson Quintero. Case number CE 22030452. Case address 1000 West Sunrise Boulevard. Owner Sunrise Broward Investments, Inc. in care of G. Frank Casada Esquire. Property posted 5/12/2022. Post at City Hall 5/12/2022. Additionally, for the same property, there's another case on page 42, which was a citation. Same case number CE 22030452. The violations were cited on March 12, 2022 to comply by March 14, 2022. One section complied at $600 per day. The city is requesting full amount on the citation be imposed, and no appeal was received for the citation.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr., number 317, presenting on behalf of the city. Case and address as read. This property was first inspected on March 10th, 2022 during routine inspections of the area. When I arrived, the following violations were observed. 18-12A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, litter, and debris on this property and/or its swale, including but not limited to furniture boxes, homeless encampments, shopping carts, and miscellaneous trash. 9-280B, there are building parts which are deteriorated and not maintained. The building walls are stained with dirt or have missing peeling paint. 47-20.20.H, the parking facilities are not being maintained at this property. The surface has cracks, potholes, is stained with dirt, oil, has missing damaged wheel stops, including curbing, and the striping is faded or missing. 47-21.11.A, the landscaping at this property is not being maintained. There are bare missing areas of ground cover. 47-22.6.F, there is signage at this commercial property which is in disrepair. The main sign, which lists all the business names, is damaged and has exposed wiring. The Beauty Exchange Supply and Salon sign also has missing damaged letters. 47-19.4.D.1, there are several dumpsters located throughout the parking areas and swales of the entire commercial property, which are not enclosed within a required enclosure per the ULDR. Inspection report was created and posted to the property due to nobody representing the property being present on site. A copy of the inspection report was also mailed out to the owner listed on Broward County Property Appraiser records. And then the citation case, which also has the same address and case number. The violations for the citations were 18-1. There is graffiti painted on the walls of this commercial property, which is creating a public nuisance. It is being maintained in such a manner that the property may adversely affect and impair the economic welfare of adjacent properties. That violation was complied on 3/23, and then 47-22.9 signs have been erected without the required permits from the city of Fort Lauderdale. The business in Unit 1000, Creative Outfitters, has 3 banana flag signs at the entrance. That violation was complied on 3/12/2022. I have been in contact with the property manager, and he's apprised me of different things that they've been doing, but they clean a little bit, and then the property just gets back to the same condition, and nothing's really happening. So a representative here to speak on their behalf.
Okay, this is a citation case, no appeal. Okay,
For the 2 violations, 18-1 and 47-22-9, those were issued citations. For the other violations that were explained, those were an inspection report. And no appeal was received for the citations.
okay. All right, sir, if you'll speak right into the microphone and state your name, please.
Nicholas Alonso on behalf of the property owner. The citations, they were complied with, so we're asking the court to reduce those fines. As for the other violations, we agreed to a 63-day extension to comply.
So the citation 18-1 for graffiti, it was out of compliance for 4 days, so it ran a total of fines of $600.
All right, with no appeal.
And that was never appealed. And
Okay, all right.
47-22-9 was complied,
Second.
never ran fines. It also was not appealed. And we're not opposed to the 63 days to come into compliance or $50 a day for each violation thereafter for the other violations.
I'm sorry, on the agenda it says complied with the second one. Is that what?
So, Your Honor, there's two cases, and unfortunately, they're getting sort of jumbled together. And they
Okay,
should be
'cause we were
taken
back on
separately for clarification and purposes of the record. There's a citation, which the clerk read into the record, CE 22030452,
Okay,
that there was no appeal taken. So perhaps we should take that one first and then the
all right,
regular violation.
okay, very good, thank you. Okay, as to CE 22030452, violation 18-1, a citation was issued, no appeal was taken. The violation is admitted. $600 in fines have accrued and will be imposed. Okay.
And then there's the regular case, Your Honor, that strangely has the same case number, but it's a regular violation, which
Okay.
the inspector presented, and
Okay.
counsel has said that he agrees to 63 days to come into compliance.
Okay, on page 11. Okay. And
Yes,
city's request is,
63 days to come into compliance or $50 a day thereafter for each violation.
all right.
We agree, sir.
Agreeable? Okay, I find the violations do exist. 63 days to comply, $50 per day thereafter.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 49. Senior Inspector Manny Garcia, Supervisor Reggie Wright presenting. Case number CE 22030478. Case address 1515 Southwest 6th Avenue, numbers 1 through 2. Owner OL2LP. This case was cited on March 12, 2022 to comply by March 14, 2022. One section not complied at $200 per day. $13,200 is accrued, and the city is requesting full amount. No appeal was received for this citation.
Good afternoon, Reggie White, Co-Compliance Supervisor for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Presenting case CE 22030478 in reference to the property 1515 Southwest 6th Avenue. The property was first issued a citation on March 12, 2022 under section 24-27B for the waste containers being left roadside and not stored properly. There were multiple inspections that took place which found that the property remained in violation as per the pictures depict. A request for re-inspection was made by the property owner on May 20th, which found that the property did come into compliance. At this time, the city is requesting the imposition of fines in the sum of $13,200.
Okay, all right. This was also a citation and no
Correct.
appeal taken.
This was
All right.
citation and no appeal.
Good morning. If you'll speak right into the microphone and state your name, please.
Good morning, Magistrate Purdy. I'm Mark Shore. I'm an attorney representing the homeowner who happens to be in Canada. And we have a situation here where this is actually, if you look at the pictures, it's a well-kept, organized duplex. It's rented on both sides to different tenants. I don't believe the tenants recognized, and in fact, from a layman's perspective, I know this isn't going to go very far, but from a layman's perspective, reading that ordinance is not an easy endeavor to recognize that the cans have to be in front of the fence as opposed to behind the fence. In essence, this property owner's been charged $13,000 because these refuse cans were in front of his fence, or in front of the fence, not behind the fence. The problem we have is that while the inspector posted the violations on each of the respective doors, the property owner didn't get notice until the appellate period had passed. The March 12th violation was sent via mail to Canada and not received until April 6th. So we haven't had appellate opportunity. If I could request, Your Honor, to provide that opportunity, then I could begin at the beginning and provide our position as if this were at a status quo ante. The bottom line is that we are in compliance. I've got communications from the owner, the property manager, and the tenants, all recognizing what the violation is comprised of and what the requirements would be to resolve it. What we have is, notwithstanding multiple inspections, a situation where the city did not come out on a daily basis, notwithstanding the fact that they've charged $200 a day. They've got multiple inspections, but that does not cover the breadth of each day this violation allegedly occurred. It did not occur on a daily basis. We've got communications between the parties indicating that the refuse cans were in fact put back behind the fence as required. The problem is lawn men and others not associated with the tenants removed the cans for the expediency of their own work, put them in front of the fence. The bottom line is there are mitigating circumstances here. And I'm not sure what discretion or jurisdiction you have, but if I could have an appellate opportunity or a waiver of the fine, that's what we'd be asking
Well,
for.
Magistrate, and if I can just
I really doubt that I have the authority to extend the deadline to file an appeal because that's established by ordinance and the commission and the mayor. Here's where we are, okay? This was a citation. It wasn't appealed. Under the ordinance, my discretion is limited. However, I understand that there may well be extenuating circumstances, and so I am left with no option other than to impose the fine, but to advise you that there is a process that you may be familiar with to seek a reduction in the fine based upon mitigating circumstances. So that's what so there's my ruling. Thank you, Counselor.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 25. Inspector Marco Aguilera. Case number CE 22030713. Case address 3129 Southwest 15th Court. Owner Double Up Dash LLC. Property posted 5/6/22. Post at City Hall 5/12/22.
Reggie White, Code Compliance Supervisor for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 22030713 for Inspector Marco Aguilera in reference to the property at 3129 Southwest 15th Court. A proactive inspection was made, and an inspection was conducted the same day, March 15, 2022, for the exterior maintenance of the property. There were some fascias that was in disrepair, rotting places, and areas that needed painting. A reinspection was conducted on 4/16, and the property remained in violation. 2 more reinspections were conducted prior to this hearing, and as of 5/19/2022, the property remains in violation as the photos depict. In addition, I forgot to mention that there were overgrowth of vegetation which came into compliance. But as of this day, the violation of the exterior maintenance remain, but the city is requesting 42 days to come into compliance or a fine of $50 per day.
All right, sir, if you can adjust that microphone, please. Speak right into it and state your name.
Yes, sir. My name is Jake Fernandez.
All right, and what's your affiliation with the owner?
I am the owner, sir. Me and my brother are the owner of the business.
I'm sorry, say again.
Yes, I am the owner. Me and my brother own the business.
Okay, all right. Anything you'd like to add to what this gentleman said?
No, we got the property probably like a month and a half ago. We got it in like that, so we just been taking care of the yard, and we need about a couple more, like a month to get it taken care of, but it will get done. It is in the plans, we just haven't gotten it yet.
Okay, all right. So for the record, I find the violations do exist. 42 days to comply, $50 per day thereafter.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Our next case is on page 61. This was an order to reappear. Senior Inspector Dorian Cologne, case number CE 21090563, case address 3041 Northeast 49th Street, owner BPL LLC. This case was first heard on 2/24/21 to comply by 3/24/21, suspended 3/24/22 to 5/26/22. One section not complied at $100. Fines are due to start May 27, 2022. And again, this was an order to reappear.
Good morning. Senior Inspector Cologne for the City of Fort Lauderdale. The case number is CE 21090563, and the case address is 3041 Northeast 49th Street. This case was brought in front of the magistrate on February 24th, 2022, and was granted a continuance. It was then brought before the magistrate on March 24th, 2022, where the magistrate found for the city that the violation did exist and granted 63 days or $100 a day thereafter for violation 47-18.32.D.5, a multifamily apartment building operating as an SSRF Level 5 facility, which is prohibited in this RMM 25 zoning district. The magistrate also ordered a mandatory reappearance, and I would like the photos to be entered into the record. And the city is requesting that the original order stand, and I'll let the representative speak on that.
All right, good morning, Counselor.
Good morning, sir. Rod Finer, Coker and Finer, 1404 South Andrews Avenue, for both the owner and the current occupant tenant. What the officer said is exactly correct. We're just asking for 30-day extension on the compliance deadline. Here's the story, Judge. This is as the officer said, an SSRF. So what it is it's a recovery center, is what it is. And so we have contracts with various entities where these people are living in there. Now, the tenant who is operating the place is actively looking to relocate all its residents, and we're trying to, but finding a sufficient space for this number of people is proving difficult. We think we can do that within 30 days. The tenant is also, since the last order of the special master, talking about changing its operations and then applying for a certificate of need through not an SSRF, but a community living house, which would be allowed in the zoning district with a certain lower number of residents. So they're also evaluating that. But really, we could not relocate the residents within 60 days. And otherwise, if we throw them out, we're in breach of our obligations to the state, which had licensed this facility, understanding that the city never signed off on it, but we have ACA licenses and a whole bunch of other licenses for this facility. And if we don't relocate them to another facility, we're then in violation of the Florida Administrative Code with regard to the state licensing. So we're trying, we just need 30 more days.
Anything further from the city?
Well, we do have the supervisor from business tax and also the zoning administrator here to speak on behalf of the city, if we may.
All right, so
I don't know that they're necessary, but
I mean, no? Okay.
I don't think that they're necessary at this juncture. I think the only issue before Your Honor is the request of the property owner tenant for an additional 30 days.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't know
All
how
right.
staff feels about that because it is a prohibited use in this zoning district. So maybe.
Hold on one second.
Good morning, Your Honor. Supervisor Bass for the City of Fort Lauderdale. As he has stated that the city has no objection to allowing the additional 30 days for the relocation of the current
All
tenant.
right, I'm gonna grant a
sorry, 35
35-day
days.
extension,
Yes.
and let's get this all cleared up within that
Yes, sir.
time.
And what's the date of that code hearing, so I can know and I can update, God forbid, we're not out by that time. I just don't want to miss a deadline unless you want to make a mandatory reappearance.
That's on June
30th.
June 30th.
June 30th? Thank you so much.
30th, yes.
Your Honor, do you want to order a mandatory reappearance to ensure?
Do you want a mandatory reappearance, Your Honor, since
Yes,
this?
yes, I do.
Okay,
Yes,
so
I
that
do.
means
On
you'll send
June
notice?
30th.
Absolutely.
Perfect. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ron.
I'm sorry, was somebody else here to speak on this? Hang on. Yes, sir. Did you want to speak on this case?
Yes, sir. My name is Louis Weber, and I'm speaking on behalf of the homeowners in the neighborhood where this facility is operating. Good morning, everyone. I'm here to represent the homeowners of the 49th Street Townhome Association. Please know that beyond simple representation, I'm also here specifically as an individual who's had an unfortunate firsthand negative experience with this facility operating outside the allowable requirements. I want all present to understand our community fully recognizes the need for the benefit of such facilities. However, over time, this facility has been in operation. We've had many negative effects from their presence. To reiterate, I'm here to speak on behalf of a group of 28 homeowners, and for all owners along our lovely street and daily walkers, people who want to have a peaceful morning walk to the beach, or a neighbor who wants to walk their dog, all this should be done without fear of safety. I hereby present some incidents that have occurred for all to understand and to reiterate the need for change. Constant altercations, screaming and arguing happening at very high volume almost every other day, it seems like. Cigarette butts have been littering our street more than we've ever seen. People walking from that facility and then openly smoking marijuana on the street, passing children and families at the next buildings along the way. Massive influx of speeding. The speeding vehicles typically stop at this rehab building, and that never used to happen. Vehicle repair happening on weekends. Transit vans being serviced via a mobile maintenance company occurred the weekend of 3/19/22, and the maintenance truck was parked in the road while working on the white transit vans. One of the transit van drivers floors it every time he leaves for the day. Hypodermic needles found recently in the in the driveways of 2 of our units. Vehicles from visitors to this facility are parked on our side of the street. When approached, have gotten into verbal altercations with our homeowners. One couple from the complex was walking home from dinner and someone sped past at a very unsafe speed. When asked to slow down, the driver began to swear, make threats, and then spat on the homeowner. Many different cars arrive on a weekly basis. It seems to be a revolving door and pass small deliveries to people from the rehab facility, potential drug deals. We have had.
Sir, you're reading from a prepared script. How much longer is your script?
About 2 sentences.
About what?
About 2 sentences.
Go.
We've had many house contracts get canceled once the potential buyer realizes what's going on at the facility. It has been estimated that this facility is affecting home values by $100,000 to $150,000. It is clear the facility cannot continue on our street and must be relocated to an otherwise respectable, beautiful neighborhood. But this must occur in a proper location that is zone and coding compliant for the purpose in which it serves. In closing, we understand the need for such a facility, but since it's outside of its zoning, and that the long and short of it is we were promised a peaceful coexistence, and it's not been held up.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I appreciate your input. I'm going to stand by my prior ruling. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 36. Inspector Michelle Shariar. Case number CE 22030007. Case address 2901 Rio Marsh Street. Owner Beach House Villas LLC. This case was cited on March 23rd, 2022 to comply by March 24th, 2022. 2 sections complied at $200 per day. $200 accrued and the city is requesting full amount and no appeal was received for the citation. The city is requesting to withdraw violation 24-27F.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Oh, sorry.
I apologize.
Good morning. Senior Inspector Kaloyan for the City of Fort Lauderdale, case number on behalf of Inspector Shariar. Case number CE 2203-0007, case address 2901 Rio Mar Street. This property was first inspected on March 3rd, 2022 by Inspector Shariar, and the following violations were observed and cited. 47-19.4.D.8 has been complied, and 1812A has been complied. And citation was issued on 3/24/22 for 24-29A. There are 2 dumpsters overflowing with trash on the northeast side of the property facing Orton Avenue. No appeal was received for the citation, and it accrued a daily fine in the amount of $200, and it was complied on March 26, 2022. So the city is requesting that the photos to be entered for the record and for the full imposition of the fine.
All right.
Morning, Your
Good
Honor.
morning.
Courtney Crush on behalf of the property owner. And the full imposition of the fine is on the one citation of $200?
Correct.
I'm glad we were able to comply, Your Honor.
Imposed, $200.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 59. Captain Robert Kursarwich. Case number FC 211-10010, case address 817 Northwest 57th Street. Owner Carter Property Enterprises, Inc. This case was first heard on January 27, 2022, to comply by February 24, 2022. Suspended 2/24/22 to 4/28/22. 2 sections not complied at $100 per day. $5,600 is accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
Good morning, Your Honor. Captain Robert Kursarwich, Fort Lauderdale Fire Marshal's Office. Case number and violations and address are as read in the case. I did a little bit of research on the permit history on this, and I noticed that apparently there might have been some confusion somewhere down along in through the building department with the applications of the permit. They first applied for a fire suppression permit for the spray booth itself. And then I believe those got rejected based upon looking at this as after the fact, that they were requiring a building permit for the booth, the electrical permit, and the mechanical. They went in and applied for those permits, and at that time, they looks like they voided the fire suppression permit. The other 3 permits went through the process, but then were rejected again because there was no fire suppression permit. It seems that there was a lot of confusion. They appear to be on the right track, and we would support a continuance on this with a mandatory reappearance coming back to 7/28/22 to see if they can get these permits actually approved by that time. And we can go ahead and stop the fines from accruing until that date.
All right. You understand what this, first of all, state your name for the record.
Devin Schmidt.
And you understand what this gentleman said?
I do, and we're on
Okay.
board with that point.
So we're going to stay the fines as of this date and grant a 63-day extension with a mandatory reappearance on July 28th, 2022.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Good?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Our next case is on page 25. Inspector Marco Aguilera. Case number CE 2203-0815. Case address 2541 Cat K Lane. Owner Salvatore and Rita Caruso. Property posted 5/6/22. Posted at City Hall 5/12/22.
Code Supervisor Reggie White, presenting case CE 2203-0815 for Inspector Marco Aguilera at 2541 Cat K Lane. Proactive discovery was made and an inspection was conducted the same day on March 17th. The exterior of the structure of the property was observed to be in a state of disrepair. The fascia, soffits, and exterior walls is missing paint or dirty or discolored. A re-inspection was conducted on April 20th, 2022, and the property remained in violation 2 more inspections were conducted prior to this hearing, and as of May 19, 2022, the property remains in violation as per the photos depict. At the time, at this time, the city is requesting 28 days to come into compliance or impose a fine of $50 per day.
I'm sorry, how many days? How many days?
28 days.
Okay.
Or
All right,
$50
sir, if
per
you'll
day.
speak right to the microphone and state your name, please.
Yeah, my name is Salvatore Caruso. I'm the property owner of 2541 Caquet Lane. There is work being done. Some of the work, mailbox is replaced. I got pictures of it. As far as the trailer, I'm not really sure. Maybe it's because the fenders are off it. The fenders are back on it. I have pictures of it.
Yeah, that's.
There was a tag missing. Excuse me?
Okay, the trailer on the property is complied.
Okay. And,
That's complied.
and the mailbox, I have a new mailbox. It's already in. I have pictures of it.
Okay.
So
So
the house
it
is being
needs
pressure, the house is being pressure cleaned. Next Wednesday's bulk pickup, I have pictures of the stuff that I pulled out of the front of the house. You know, there's no way I can get that house painted in 28 days, but I'm working on it.
How long do you need, sir?
I need months. I mean, I'm by myself. It's, you know, I'm not hiring anybody. I mean, if I could have, you know, I mean, I heard you gave somebody 145 days.
Would 98 days be sufficient?
I guess through the summer, you know, if I can get it through the summer, that would be great. You know, the end of August. I
Yeah.
mean, I'm working on it, and it's going to be, you know, I mean, if you want to come by and see the progress, you can, you know, you're welcome to come by and look at it. And like I said, I have pictures of the new mailbox. It's all painted, everything's done. It's a brand new mailbox. Boat has a tag on it now. I always had a tag for it. I just didn't put it on the vehicle because the last time I did, because it was sitting at the house, it was stolen. So now it has a tag on it.
Okay.
You know, so maybe that's the reason for the trailer, I guess. So,
Okay. There's two, I find for the record that the two remaining violations.
Sir, I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
I find for the record that the two remaining violations exist.
Okay, and what is that?
All right, that is the accessory structure, the mailbox, and the painting of the house, okay?
Okay.
It has to be inspected
Okay.
visually
Okay.
on the premises.
Good enough. Uh-huh.
Okay, and the city's requesting 28 days, and if you,
For the record, Magistrate, I don't mind if we give the respondent 98 days to comply. That would give them till the end of the summer to comply.
Terrific.
okay, 98 days to comply,
Will be the end of-
$50 per day thereafter.
The end of August?
Yes.
It'll
which
be
is
done. It'll be
September
done
the
before
1st.
that.
September.
I'll probably have it done in 2 months, but, okay?
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 40. Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr., case number CE 22030587, case address 900 West Sunrise Boulevard, owner J.N. and Sons Realty LLC. This case was cited on March 12, 2022 to comply by March 14, 2022. One section not complied at $150 per day. $10,950 accrued. The city is requesting full amount fines continue to accrue, and no appeal was received for the citation.
All right.
Good morning. Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr., number 317, presented on behalf of the city. Case number CE 22030587, case address 900 West Sunrise Boulevard. This property was first inspected on March 12, 2022 during routine inspections of the area, and the following violations were observed. 18-1, there was graffiti painted on the building walls of the commercial property, which is creating a public nuisance. It is being maintained in such a manner that the property may adversely affect and impair the economic welfare of adjacent properties. That violation was complied on 319. 47-22.9, signs have been erected without required permits from the city of Fort Lauderdale banana flag and flat banner sign. That violation still exists. Citations were still issued for each violation and posted to the property due to nobody being present at the time. As I said, 18-1 was complied within the allowed time frame. No fines accrued for that violation. 4722.9 remains in violation as of my pre-hearing inspection conducted on 5/21/22, and fines continue to accrue. No appeals were made for either of the citations.
All right, okay, back up one photograph, please. Okay, which sign or banner is?
So the banner sign up top on the building and that banana sign, the banana flag sign.
All right.
Both of those signs, and then the banana flag sign, if they moved the pictures, eventually was taken down, but they still have the banner flag sign on the side of the building.
Okay. All right, sir, if you'll speak right into the microphone and state your name, please.
Good morning. My name is Fad Estafar.
What's the problem?
I don't believe there, I do not believe that there is a problem. I just opened up the business. I rented the store in mid-December, and I just opened up on March. So I had no intentions to have anything that's illegal or that I'm not allowed to have. So because I'm a new business, all I wanted to do, I had a sign that I did not know I was not allowed to have. My intentions was just to grab people's intention to come to the store. As you can see, our property looks nice and clean. That's what I'm based on, cleanliness, customer service. I had no idea that I was not allowed to have a banner sign that says smoke shop. All I wanted to do is grab attention so we can do more business, we can pay more taxes and have, jobs available. I don't believe I did anything wrong, but I wanted to go and apply for a permit for that sign. If I could, I will. But I had no intentions to do anything wrong, sir. All I want to do is grab attention and make people know that business has just opened so I can get clientele. And it's been tough. I just had somebody try to break in. So, start a new business, it's a little bit costly, and all we're trying to do is survive. I had no intentions to do anything wrong. As you can see, there's nothing, my property is nice, clean, maintained. If the problem is the sign, I'm willing to do anything to just, make sure that I just get a little bit of clientele and a little bit of business being just open.
All right, so this is a citation, no appeal received.
No appeal.
Violation is admitted, it's still not in compliance.
No, it's still, that banner flag sign is still hanging on the
All right, so
They got a permit for their permanent signage, but they never got a permit for that
So-
sign.
city's request is the fines be imposed and continue to accrue.
Yes.
All right, yes, sir.
I have contacted the inspector and told him that I applied as soon as I got the notice. I've took out the banana sign, but the sign on top, we don't have the right equipment, and I don't want anybody to get hurt. So I left him a message and I told him that we're being worked on that, which is being done today. But I don't have the right equipment to remove it myself. So but today I have somebody coming to remove it.
All right.
As far as the banana sign, it was removed.
You're gonna have to figure something. The
Correct.
fines are imposed and will continue to accrue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 24. Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 22030495, case address 319 Southwest 12th Court, numbers 1 through 3. Owner, Centurion Venture Group LLC, property posted 5/7/22, posted at City Hall 5/12/22.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Rafael Santos for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 22030495, address 319 Southwest 12th Court. This property was inspected by Officer Aguilera on March 10th, 2022, and cited for the following violations. 9-304B, the gravel area is in disrepair and has grass weeds growing through it. 9-305A, there is growth and landscape material along with accumulation of leaves encroaching upon the public right-of-way. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. The hedges, bushes are growing and not well-maintained. The inspection report was posted on the property. A copy was mailed to the owner listed on BCPA via first-class mail. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on May 22nd, 2022, and found the violations remain as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 63 days to come into compliance or a daily fine of $25 per day thereafter per violation.
I'm sorry, city's request is
63 days or $25 per day.
6-3.
6-3.
50 and 25. All right, sir, if you'll speak right into the microphone and state your name, please.
Michael Illman, representing the owner.
All right, anything you'd like to add as to what this gentleman said?
No, just we agree and to give us a little more time just to come into compliance. We're already working on those.
For the record, I find the violations do exist, 63 days to comply, $25 per day thereafter on each violation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on, Our next case is on page 15. Inspector Karen Proto, case number CE 22020644, case address 1651 Northwest 28th Avenue. Owner Miguel Landro, property posted 4/16/22, posted at City Hall 5/12/22.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Proto for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case number CE 22020644. Property address 1651 Northwest 28th Avenue. The property was inspected on February 17, 2022, and the following violations were observed. 9-313 subsection A complied. 24-27B complied. 9-305 subsection A complied. 9-305B, the landscape on the property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 9-3280 subsection H, subsection 1 complied. 9-304B, there are vehicles parked on the grass and lawn area. 18-1 complied. 9-308 subsection A complied. 9-280 subsection B complied. 18-4 subsection C complied. An inspection report was posted and mailed to the property owner on 2/17/22. I re-inspected the property on 3/4/22. On 3/17/22, a 30-day extension was granted by Supervisor White. A notice of hearing was posted on 4/16/22 as pre-hearing inspection on 5/25. Violations remain as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 35 days or $25 per day thereafter for each violation.
All right, sir, if you'll speak right into the microphone and state your name, please.
Sure. Name is Miguel Landra.
All right. Well, you've cleaned up a lot of things. You disagree with what this lady said?
No, I agree with what you said. I actually been speaking to her lately. The only thing I'm requesting is can we push it to a 60-day extension? Reason being, I'm in the middle.
If you can't stay in touch with this lady, and if you can't get it done in 35 days, you can request an extension. Okay?
After 35 days?
Yeah, yes. Okay, so I find the violations exist. 35 days to comply, $25 per day thereafter.
Right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 28. Senior Inspector Leonard Champagne. Case number CE 22030447. Case address 3170 Northwest 69th Court. Owner K. Dean Bird. The citation was issued on 3/11/22 to comply by 3/26/22. One section complied at $200 per day. $8,000 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and no appeal was received for the citation. Is there a respondent for 3170 Northwest 69th Court? Disregard, Laney, thank you. Our next case is on page 60. Inspector Roberto Meneses, case number CE 22031022, case address 1916 Southwest 11th Street. Owner MPG 1916 LLC. This case was cited on 32922 to comply by 33122. One section not complied at $150 per day. $8,400 accrued. The city is requesting full amount fines continue to accrue, and no appeal was received for the citation.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Meneses for Community Enhancement for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case number CE 2203-1022. Site address is 1916 Southwest 11th Street. The property was inspected on March 28 of this year, and the following violation was observed. 4719.4 D.8 dumpsters enclosure not clean and sanitary and or closed working properly. Citation was posted to the property, giving 24 hours from March 29th to come into compliance. Reinspection was conducted on March 31st, 2022. The violation was not brought into compliance within the required time. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on May 19th, 2022. The property is still not in compliance. For the record, no appeal was requested by the respondent. The city is requesting a full imposition of fines, which continues to occur.
All right, ma'am, if you'll speak right into the microphone and state your name, please.
My name is Xiomara, and I'm representing the owner.
All right.
Okay, we have another problems in the property. We put bigger dumpster. We try to clean. We try to do everything, but it's like in the daily basis they keep dumpster more.
I'm sorry, if you can get a
And
little
it's-
closer to the microphone,
Sorry.
keep your voice up.
Okay, sorry. Okay, that we try to get more days, to pick up the garbage. We try to get bigger dumpster, and we try to like do it more and more. But it's like not only that, not only the tenants in that building dump stuff in there. It's all the tenants in the area too. They go around and just dump some more stuff in there. And we try to improve, and we're improving more and more. And I'm sorry for this, but we try to do the best that we can do, just to keep it clean.
Well,
And we're willing to
want to add
work.
anything? All right. Well, this is a citation that was issued. No appeal was received as directed in the citation, so the violation is admitted.
We don't even know about it, but,
You've got to come into compliance before we can address the fines, so.
I understand, sir.
I mean, what are you doing to correct this mess?
I'm hiring more, more staff, and I have somebody assigned to the building to try to get it in, like every other day, just to go there and try to get, all the garbage out of there. And paying extra people, the landscaping person, just to go and pick up, anything that he sees around. But it's like, in the daily basis, it's more and more. And I mean, we're gonna try, harder to get this, this result.
Well, it's been 56 days.
We have some change, and employees too. Our previous employee that was in charge of this was not really putting attention, and that's why, it was not in compliance. But now I'm in charge, and I'm trying to get everything, talk to the inspector and try to get things, resolved as fast as possible.
Anything further from the city?
I could state that I had conversations with the prior worker that she was from her office, but the issue is that, as I stated to her, the issue has not been rectified, and the city still stands in the same standing. So.
Ma'am, I'm going to grant you a 10-day extension, and I'm going to stay the fines as of this date.
Can we have a reduction in the fine?
Real problem there that doesn't seem that difficult to clean up. Okay, maybe it is. Okay, but I'm going to stay the fines as of this date, and I'm going to grant a 10-day extension.
Is
all cleaned up within 10 days and inspected, stay in touch with this gentleman.
Is there anything that we can do about the fine, because $8,000?
Not until you come into
clean.
compliance.
Okay, thank you so much.
You get into compliance,
I
then
will.
we can discuss them.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
I will. That's it.
Thank you.
So, just to be clear, Magistrate, we're granting a 10-day extension on the citation?
I'm sorry.
We're granting a 10-day extension on the citation?
10-day extension.
Okay.
Okay. Done. You'll get a written order in the mail.
Okay, thank you so much.
Our next case is on page 58, Inspector Bovrig Xantis. Case number CE 10692. Case address 1161 Northwest 19th Street. Owner Leonore Jules. This case was first heard on March 24, 2022, to comply by April 28, 2022. Two sections complied at $25 per day. $1,000 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Xantis on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement. Case number CE 2111-0692. Property address 1161 Northwest 19th Street. This case was first heard on March 24th, 2022, and the magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and property owner was ordered 35 days to correct all violation. Pre-hearing inspection was conducted on May 13, 2022, revealed the violation remained, and another inspection was conducted on May the 19th, 2022, revealed that property came to compliance. At this time, property came to compliance, and the city is requesting a full fine to be imposed.
All right. Two sections complied. Oh, okay. All right. No, fine. All right, sir, if you'll speak right into the microphone and state your name, please.
This is Leonore Jules. I'm the property owner.
All right. Anything you'd like to add?
Well, I was told that if I need more time, I could call the inspector, which I did on the 28th of April, asking extra time to comply, but he did not grant me that extra time. And I'd like the fine to-
Okay, I'm not sure what you're saying.
When I came here, the judge said, if I need more time, call the inspector, which I did on the 28th of last month.
Of
But
April?
yes, but he would not
That was
allow
the-
me
that
more
was the
time.
Compliance date.
Yeah, that was the compliance date.
Yeah, that was the deadline,
Yes,
April 28th.
that was the deadline. And I called the inspector and telling him that, I need more time, as stated by the judge when
Who did you tell that to?
the inspector.
And what was his response?
Well, he would not giving more time. He would not allow me more time.
All right. Did he tell you can formally request more time?
Well, actually, I'm in
A
compliance.
telephone call? Yes or no?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Did he tell you you could make a formal request for an extension?
Yes, he did.
He did?
Yes.
Did you do that?
No, I did not.
Okay, all right.
That's
Yes, sir.
That's pretty much that, Your Honor. I personally do not have the right to give extension, as the judge has ruled over the case already. So any time needed need to come back before the magistrate for him to grant it an extension. But if property owner never called to get the extension through the magistrate, there's that. And as of now, property comes to compliance, and the fine needs to be imposed.
All right. I agree with the city's position. The fines are imposed. Thank you.
And how much is the fine?
Written order in the mail. Yeah, $1,000 total.
Okay.
Thank you.
Your Honor, one last thing. My supervisor just said that we should ask for the admin costs, which is $580.
I'm sorry, say again.
Per my supervisor, admin costs should be imposed, which is $580.
$80?
580.
580, okay. As opposed to the fine, I'm gonna impose administrative cost, $580.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, good.
Before we move on, whoever has a phone that's going off, if you can silence your cell phone, please, it would be greatly appreciated.
Our next case is on page 41. Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr. Case number CE 211-20204. Case address 2218 Northwest 5th Street. Owner Reggie Velez. This case was first heard on 3/8/22 to comply by 4/12/22. Two sections complied at $25 per day. $700 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr., number 317, presented on behalf of the city. Case and address as read. This case was first heard on March 8th, 2022, where the magistrate ruled in favor of the city and the property owner was ordered to correct the violations at this property by 4/12/2022. At this time, all violations are in compliance. The city is not opposed to no fines at this time.
All right. Okay, ma'am, if you state your name for the record. Okay, so the city's not opposed to waiving the fines?
Yes, there was an overlap of time from the inspector who started this case, where an inspection wasn't done when the compliance date was supposed to be done. So by the time I got there, it was already in compliance. So
Very good. Fines are waived.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Our next case is on page 44. Senior Inspector Manny Garcia, Supervisor Reggie White presenting. Case number CE 210800694. Case address 1021 Southwest 22nd Avenue. Owner William Herrera. This case was first heard on November 9th, 2021 to comply by December 21st, 2021. Three sections complied at $50 per day, $19,450 accrued. The city is requesting to vacate the order imposing fines of March 24, 2022 and rehear the case.
All right, that
Hello, Reggie.
request is granted.
Reginald White, Code Compliance Supervisor for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting the case as was read for Inspector Manny Garcia. A request for extension was scheduled for January 27, which the property owner failed to appear before the magistrate. Case was then scheduled for March 24, 2022, and the magistrate imposed fines. At this time, the city is requested to vacate the ruling which was read. The city is only requesting hard costs, admin costs of $800 at the moment. The property owner $800. The property owner made attempts to come into compliance by applying for permits. It just took a little longer than expected. So the city is requesting admin costs of $800.
Okay, all right, who's gonna speak?
Adrian Lee. I'm one of the owners.
You're the owner. Okay, do you understand what this gentleman said?
We do.
We vacated the prior order. No fines will be imposed other than administrative cost of $800. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 48. Senior Inspector Manny Garcia and Supervisor Reggie White presenting. Case number CE 220204141. Case address 1900 Southwest 23rd Terrace. Owner Peter DeBlasi Jr. This case was cited on 2/3/22 to comply by 2/13/22. One section not complied at $250 per day. $25,500 accrued. The city is requesting full amount fines continue to accrue and no appeal was received for the citation.
Reggie White, Code Compliance Supervisor for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case for Senior Inspector Manny Garcia in reference to the property 1900 Southwest 23rd Terrace. The property was issued a citation on February 3rd, 2022 under Section 18-4C for the derelict vessel docked at the rear of the property. The vessel is considered derelict as per the definition of Section 18-3 due to the overall state of abandonment of the vessel. It's missing missing the registration, and the registration is expired, and the overall condition and neglect of the boat makes it derelict. A re-inspection was performed on May 19, 2022, and found that the subject vessel remains in violation as the photos depict. The city is requesting the fines of $25,000, of which continue to accrue until the violation has been complied.
All right, ma'am, if you'll speak right into the microphone and state your name, please.
My name is Alice Harry, and I'm representing the property owner, not the vessel owner.
I'm sorry, you're representing the property owner?
Correct.
Okay. And
So currently, we agree that the vessel is derelict. We have been in communication with the owner multiple times. He is resisting any, we were told he had to take the vessel and dry dock it in order to make repairs. He does not have the funds to do it, so he's ignoring the situation. So we're currently in the process of evicting him.
all right, so I'm sorry, repeat that. What are you doing to correct the violation?
We have been in communication with the owner of the vessel, and he's refusing to do any repairs because he cannot do it at the dock. So we're taking legal action to evict him.
Okay. All right, so, okay, but this is a citation. And no appeal was received.
Correct. We agree that the vessel is derelict.
And so the violation is admitted and you're still not in compliance. Under the ordinance, I don't have any discretion other than to impose the fine, correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay.
So the complication is we don't own the boat, so we can't do the repairs to the boat. We are the owners of the house, and the owner of the boat will not make the repairs to the boat because he can't do it on the dock, and he can't afford to dry dock it. So he refuses to comply completely, and we're at a loss on how to work with him other than eviction.
All right, so you're gonna evict the owner of the boat?
Correct.
Okay, well, when you do that and come into compliance, then we can address the fines. But for right now, under the ordinance, I have no authority to do anything because the citation was issued, no appeal taken. So I'm obligated to impose the fines, and they'll continue to accrue. And when you come into compliance, when compliance is accomplished, we'll look at the fines.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
We'll continue to discuss it with our Officer Garcia, too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is on pages 19 and 48.
I'm sorry, what page? 19.
On pages 19 and 48. Case number CE 22030257, case address 833 Southwest 14th Court, owner Henriette Marquel, Senior Inspector Manny Garcia, Supervisor Reggie White presenting. Property posted 5/14/22, post at City Hall 5/12/22. Additionally, on page 48, there is a citation for the same case. The citation was issued on March 5th, 2022 to comply by March 7th, 2022. One section complied at $200 per day, $5,800 accrued on the citation. The city is requesting that the citation be imposed as no appeal was received for the citation.
I'll begin with
So again, we have two cases, one on page 19 and one on page 48. So,
okay. Reggie White, Co-Compliance Supervisor for the city, presenting this case at 833 Southwest 14th Court for Senior Inspector Manny Garcia. I'll begin with the case on page 19. On March 5th, the property was first cited for the following violations. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. There's areas of the exterior walls that have stains and missing peeling paint. 47-20.20.H, the parking surfaces are missing parts They're missing bumpers and stripes. There are uneven potholes as well. As of this day, the violation of 9-306 is not in compliance. The city is requesting 98 days to comply with the violation. And excuse me, I want to correct myself. The violations of 9-306 and 47-20.20H is not in compliance. The city is requesting 98 days to come into compliance or a fine of $50 a day will accrue.
Sorry, how many dollar amount?
$50 a day,
Per day.
98 days to comply.
Okay. All right.
I'm with Colonial Roofer Services. She's hired me to fix the property up, the roof.
Okay, sir, Sam, if you'll get closer to the microphone.
Yes,
State your name, please.
My name is David Morton. I'm the general manager of Colonial Roofer Services. We're a licensed company that work in Fort Lauderdale, and she's hired me to bring the home
and
into
who's,
compliance.
is this the owner?
Yes, this is her, and she had lost the first couple notices that I guess Manny had put on the door. She's not, spending all together all the time, and I see that she's got a $5,000 fine accrued. I don't know if it's for the house or for the garbage cans. She's moved the garbage cans off the property.
Okay, but we're talking about the case on page 19.
Is that the garbage cans or the house?
That's with the exterior
Building walls, exteriors.
Yes, we're in the process of working on that right now.
All right.
We're pulling a permit to re-roof the house and fix all the wood.
Okay.
And the driveway, and we're bringing it all up to speed. The supervisor agreed to give me 90 days to bring the house up to condition. The fine that she's accrued of $5,000, I request that we maybe wipe
Okay,
that.
but hang on. We're going to talk about one thing at a time. CE 22030257. I find the violations do exist and order compliance within 98 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter on each.
Yes.
Okay, now let's go to page 48.
Correct. So you want to present, so for the record, Reggie White, Code Compliance Supervisor, presenting the case at 833 Southwest 14th Court for Senior Inspector Manny Garcia. This is on page 48, and this is a citation case. The property was first cited on March 5th, 2022, where a citation was issued for the garbage containers not being stored properly. Re-inspections were conducted on 3/9 and 3/12, where the property remained in violation. The property came into compliance as of April 6, 2022. The citation that was issued occurred fines in the total of $5,800. Because no appeal was given to us, the city is requesting that the fine be imposed of $5,800 for 29 days of non-compliance.
Your Honor.
All right, but is it in compliance now?
Yes.
It is.
She's been in compliance for quite some time.
Talk to the inspector. He's the one who determines.
Yes, it is in compliance.
It is in compliance. Okay. All right, this isn't, yes, sir, go ahead.
She's, like I said, she's an elderly woman. When they first notified her, they put the notices, this property is empty. She has it for 30 years now. It's not been rented out. She's kind of keeping her stuff in there a little bit, but she's vacant. And they put notices on the front doors, and she doesn't really go over there every day, and the water and the wind blew the notices away, so that's how she accrued the $5,000 for the garbage can. That's what we're talking about, charging her $5,000 for that garbage can left out near the street that she's put in the back now, and she'll never do that again. And she knows aware that we can't put the garbage can out near the road, and she's hired me to fix the roof and the building and the walls, the driveway and everything else, but I'd like to be able to show her some justice, and justice is not $5,000 for the garbage can out near the road. Apologize to the court.
Ma'am, if you need to speak right into the microphone, ma'am.
The first paper for March the 5th, I never got that. And they sent me 2 letters, and I got in touch with Mr. Garcia that I never got. And he said, well, he put it on the door with pictures and everything, and he told me to give me a phone number to call to get a copy of it. When I did that the next day, she told me he was coming back on the property a week later on Wednesday. And then he saw that the garbage, then I got the paper that the garbage cost was in price, and then I got the paper, I think that was the 26th of April, that the other things were in violation. And then I hired some people to do the first parking lot, and then they told me they had the virus on Tuesday when they came, and I hired another guy and didn't come. And then I hired Dr. Let me call him a licensed contractor, and he came over and gave me a bit on all the stuff what had to be done.
She tried to come in compliance with the house a little sooner, but
Yeah.
the people took her money and run off. And so she finally contacted
All
me.
right,
and
but
I'm gonna pull the permits on
we're
her.
still in the same dilemma of what the ordinance says. That this was a citation that was issued. It was not appealed, therefore the violation is admitted. And under the ordinance, I have no alternative other than to impose the fine. Okay?
Well,
But listen. I'm not through. Okay? However, I'm going to advise you from what you tell me, there may be extenuating circumstances here. Okay? So there's a process that you can follow. Someone will give you a little packet and you fill that out, file that with the city. You can come back and consider a reduction in the fines. Okay.
I'll get her house straightened up, cleaned up, and she'll never have that again.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 50. Inspector Marco Aguilera, case number CE 22030933, case address 1308 Southwest 21st Lane, owner Holland Mobile Park Home LLC, Mobile Home Park LLC. This case was cited on 32322 to comply by 32622. One section complied at $200 per day, $2,000 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and no appeal was received for the citation.
Reggie White, Code Compliance Supervisor, presenting case CE 22030933 for Inspector Marco Aguilera. A complaint was received from Senior Inspector Quintero on March 23rd, 2022. Upon inspection, graffiti was observed on the cement perimeter wall along the east side of the property as per the photos depict. A citation was issued to the property owner and posted to the property the same day, allowing 72 hours to remove or paint over the graffiti. A reinspection was conducted on March 26, 2022, and the graffiti remained. A reinspection was conducted on April the 6th, 2022, and the graffiti was removed and the fines were stopped. At this time, the city is requesting full imposition of fines in an amount of $2,000 for the days that the property was out of compliance.
All right. Okay, sir, if you'll speak right in the microphone and state your name, please.
Juan Medina. Everything was brought up to code. We took care of all the graffiti and debris that was there. Everything is all cleaned up.
Okay, once again, we have a citation that no appeal was taken from the citation. Under the ordinance, my only alternative is to impose the fine of $2,000. If you would like to take it one step further, they will give you a little folder to explain to you the process to seek a reduction in the fine.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 43. Senior Inspector Manny Garcia, Supervisor Reggie White presenting. Case number CE 22010196, case address 320 Southwest 2nd Street. Owner East Lauderdale Properties LLC. This case was cited January 7, 2022 to comply by January 14, 2022. One section not complied at $150 per day. $19,800 accrued. The city is requesting full amount fines to continue, and fines continue to accrue, and no appeals was received for the citation.
Reggie White, Code Compliance Supervisor for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 22010196 for Senior Inspector Manny Garcia. The property was issued a citation for the following violations. Section 15-28, where the property came into compliance. Section 25-181, the establishment, the original Fat Cats at this location is operating without a current year sidewalk cafe business tax receipt permit. A reinspection was performed on May 15, 2022 by Officer Marco Aguilera, of which the establishment was found to continually be operating a sidewalk cafe without a permit as the photos depict. At this time, the city is requesting the impositions of fines in the sum of $19,800, of which will continue to accrue.
Still not in compliance, correct?
Correct, it's not in compliance.
All right, whoever's gonna speak, speak right into the microphone and state your name, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Dylan Asher. I'm the owner and operator of Original Fat Cats. Upon getting the citation, we took two forms of action. First was first you have to understand during COVID, we were allowed to do a lot more. You know, we were allowed to put tables out. We had parking spaces that they let us put picnic tables out at. As COVID ended, it became unclear what we were actually allowed to do. For 20 years, we've only had a railing, you can see in that picture, with some stools. No tables, no chairs, no service outside. It mostly serves to keep people from messing with cars or stumbling into the streets and all these kind of things. At the time of the citation, there were 3 barrel tables outside. I immediately advised the staff not to put them outside anymore. And then within 7 days of the citation, we applied for a cafe permit just in case. But we've been operating like this for 20 years with that removable bar rail and those stools without anybody ever telling us we needed a cafe permit. So we've started the process. The building owner on February 7th sent me an email with the citation again. So she immediately contacted Bert Ford, head of zoning or zoning chief examiner. That email was not responded to. So in the subsequent days, we've tried to continue the application permit for the cafe license, which is in, and we were just there yesterday getting corrections and trying to submit corrections. And my wife can speak to that a little better than I can. She's been trying to do that work.
All right. Okay, the issue here you might have picked up on is this was a citation that was issued. In bold letters in the citation, it told you if you did not take an appeal from the citation, the violation was admitted. So the violation is deemed to be admitted, and I have no alternative under the ordinance other than to impose the fine. Once you come into compliance, there is a process to reduce the fine. Okay, but for right now, I have but that can't be done until you come into compliance. Okay, so that's my ruling. That's required by the ordinance. I'm imposing $19,800 will continue to accrue. Thank you.
Sir, if I may, we were under the assumption that we were in compliance. Within the 7 days of the citation.
Yeah, but you're not. So, okay. Thank you.
Our next case is on page 47. Senior Inspector Manny Garcia. Supervisor Reggie White presenting case number CE 211-00664. Case address 3021 Northwest 19th Street. Owner R. De Fala LLC in care of Family Dollar. Attention, lease accounting ST number 30486. This case was first heard on January 27, 2022 to comply by March 31st, 2022. One section not complied at $100 per day. $4,200 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
Reggie White, Code Compliance Supervisor for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case in reference to 3021 Northwest 19th Street for Senior Inspector Manny Garcia. The property was first heard on January 27, 2022, which the magistrate found for the city. At this time, the property remains in violation as the photos depict. The city is requesting the imposition of fines to the sum of $4,200, of which continue to accrue until the violation is complied. We've had some back and forth with this case. The wall has been broken multiple times. Previously, this case was brought to the magistrate to where we gave the property an extension because it was stated that the wall was in compliance, but when we did the inspection that same day, it was found that the wall was not in compliance and the wall was still in disrepair.
All right, sir, if you'll speak right into the microphone and state your name, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alejandra Gutierrez on behalf of Family Dollar Store. I received pictures last night that the wall had been repaired. I can show you if you wish. But it does seem to be a recurring issue that my client repairs the wall repeatedly and it gets broken again.
I'm sorry, say again. You say the repairs
Has been completed. I have pictures that I received from my client last night. However, it was repaired before, as was stated, and was broken almost immediately afterwards.
Okay, but they still you have to have an inspection for
Understood.
the repairs. Okay, so for in 42 days, you got a picture of the repairs on your cell phone?
Yes.
Would you let me see it? Okay, I'm going to impose the fines of $4,200, but I'm going to stay the fines as of this date and grant an extension for an inspection. 10 days sufficient?
Well, we did that previously. At the last hearing, this case came before the magistrate. They stated that they were in compliance and they showed pictures, and we gave them an extension already. So I think you can impose the fines, and if we do an inspection today, then we can stop the fines as of today.
Okay. All right.
So if they're in compliance today, we will stop the fines.
Okay, you're going to inspect it today?
Correct. We can
All right,
expect it today.
That's fine. Okay,
So,
good.
So
Your
let's
Honor,
impose the fines.
If I may.
Yes.
Portia Williams, Assistant Director for Development Services Department. For purposes of this order, is it your order that you are imposing the fines, or is it your order that you're giving an extension?
I'm imposing the fines.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. And once you come into compliance, if you want to pursue a reduction, you're entitled to do that.
Thank you, Your Honor. We may need to get police involved because, as I stated before, the wall has been broken repeatedly despite being fixed. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Our next case is on page 64. Inspector Evan Oakes. Case number CE 211-10492. Case address 1433 Northwest 7th Avenue. Owner Elsco Holdings LLC in care of Samtov Holdings. This case was first heard 2/4/22 to comply by 4/28/22. One section not complied at $50 per day. $1,400 has accrued, and this is a request for an extension.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Evan Oakes, City of Fort Lauderdale. Code Compliance presenting case CE 211-10492 for property located at 1433 Northwest 7th Avenue. Case was first heard on 4/12/2022, and the magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and the property owner was ordered to correct violations at the property by 5/10/2022. At this time, violations are not in compliance, and the city is requesting the full amount of fines to be imposed. With the current fines to be stayed, and the property owner is here to request an extension.
All right, sir, if you'll speak right into the microphone and state your name, please.
Terry Turbyfill, Home Solutions Property Management, representing the owner.
All right, boy.
If I may, we've brought everything in compliance except for the interior. The exterior of the property, everything was brought in compliance prior to the previous date. Also, the permits were submitted to the city prior to our previous date. As of now, the permits have been issued the first week of May, and we're working on the property towards getting it done. We're just asking for an extension in time of 60 days in order to close out all our permits. But the work has been done. We submitted permits, and we took care of the exterior prior to the previous date.
All right.
Your Honor, if I may add, yes, they have been in contact with me throughout the process, and like the property owner stated, the exterior has been completed, and the permits for the interior got issued on the 2nd of May, after the fines started to accrue.
Okay. All right. I'm going to grant a 63-day extension and stay the fines as of this date.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Ernst.
Our next case is on page 61. Senior Inspector Dorian Cologne. Case number CE 200-90861. Case address 3022 Northeast 26th Street. Owner Stanley 2020 LLC. This case was first heard on 2/9/21 to comply by 5/11/21. There are 3 suspensions notated on the agenda. 1 section not complied at $50 per day. $1,500 accrued and continues to accrue, and this was in order to reappear.
Good morning again. Senior Inspector Cologne for the City of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE 200-90861, case address 3022 Northeast 26th Street. This property was first inspected on September 23rd, 2020 by Inspector Snyder, and it was heard by the magistrate on February 9th, 2021, where the magistrate found for the city to comply the violations by May 11th, 2021. Since then, the owner has been given 3 extensions. However, the seawall repair is not completed, but near completion, and the owner is here to speak about that.
All right, sir, if you'll speak right into the microphone and state your name, please.
Sure. Bill Resnick on behalf of Stanley LLC.
Okay, how close are you to completion?
We are pretty
on the
much,
seawall?
yeah, we are there. I mean, the survey elevation certificate's being submitted to the city next week, so they had to survey it. The work is all complete, so I can assure you of that based on lots of invoices.
I'm sorry, how many days?
I think we need less than 30 days at this point. It's been submitted to the city within a few days, and as soon as we have the permit for the dock and seawall, we'll be all set. The work is done, though. So
All right.
now the last step was the survey that the city needed for issuing final approval of the permit, I guess. Final inspection to be completed next week. So 30 days is what we'd like.
Okay,
Your Honor, the city wouldn't oppose to a 35-day.
okay, that's what I was,
Yeah.
okay.
We'll be done. It's all set.
Okay, I'm going to stay the fines as of this date and grant a 35-day extension.
I appreciate it. Just for the record, and I think it's noted that these code violations were basically incurred by the prior owner of the property. I bought the property, basically knocked down
All right,
lots of
they're-
problems. so.
Those are complied, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Inspector.
Our next case is on page 62. Inspector Paulette Del Grosso. Case number CE 211-20141. Case address 1208 Northeast 16th Avenue. Owners Claudia Alvarez and Troy Fulford. This case was first heard on 3/24/22 to comply by 4/21/22. 1 section not complied at $25 per day. $525 has accrued, and this is a request for an extension.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Del Grosso for the city. The case and address are as read. Your Honor, since this is a request for an extension, the city is recommending 63 days in order to correct the required permit submission in order to cure the violation.
All right, not in compliance. Okay, sir, if you'll state your name for the record.
Troy Fulford.
All right, so you're requesting a 63-day extension. Okay, I'm going to grant that extension, and I'm going to stay the fines as of this date.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 47. Senior Inspector Manny Garcia, Supervisor Reggie White presenting. Case number CE 22020140, case address 2010 Southwest 23rd Terrace. Owners Todd and Christine Irwin. This case was cited on March 3rd, 2022 to comply by March 13th, 2022. One section not complied at $250 per day. $18,750 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue, and no appeal was received for this citation.
Can you please repeat the address?
2010 Southwest 23rd Terrace.
Okay.
Third Terrace. Can we bring that case back, please?
You like us to recall it?
I got it. We can call it right now. Reggie White, Code Compliance Supervisor for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting the case in reference to 2010 Southwest 23rd Terrace for Senior Inspector Manny Garcia. The property was issued a citation on February 3rd under Section 18-4 for the derelict vessel docked at the rear of the property. The vessel is considered derelict as per the definition of Section 18-3 due to the overall state of abandonment of the vessel, missing parts, and missing expired registration, missing or failing to post a registration. As per the photos depict, the vessel remains in derelict condition. At this time, the city is requesting the imposition of fines in the sum of $25,500, of which the fine continues to accrue.
All right, sir, if you'll adjust the microphone, speak right into it and state your name, please.
My name is Todd Irwin.
And, okay, you're the owner of the property?
Yes, sir.
You also own the boat?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What would you like to add?
I mean, the boat's not a derelict boat. I have the registration here. The boat is registered. I was in the middle of doing some repairs. The boat had a brand new engine in it. The hull had been painted. I had a family tragedy with my daughter. My daughter was shot and killed. She was 7 months pregnant. And I kind of been dealing with that. I had heart surgery, and the boat has most definitely been ignored for a little bit, but it's not a derelict boat. It is registered, and I hired somebody to do the windows. I told them to do one at a time. They took all of them out and then requested more money. I gave them some more money, and then they disappeared. You know, I have a lot of money in the boat. The boat definitely is not a derelict boat. It has...
The vessel have an engine?
Yes, it does. It has a brand new engine.
And it runs?
Yes, sir. It's rebuilt, and the engine runs.
Okay. Let me see. All right. Well, the issue of whether or not it's a derelict has already been decided previously, okay? Whether that has been corrected is going to take an inspection, okay? Because there's more than just having the title. All right. I mean, I'm thinking that this needs to be re-inspected.
Correct. It needs to be re-inspected. It was in an overall state of neglect. And also, the registration either was not current or posted on the property, so we didn't see that at the time of the inspection. So those two things have to be complied in order for us to comply the case.
Okay, I'm sorry, how many days extension are you?
This is a citation case, though. This is a citation case, and I don't think we received an appeal.
Oh, it was a
I don't think we
citation?
Yes. So we have to, the property has to come into compliance first.
When I was out of town when we got the notice, and my son called me and told me about it, and I didn't realize at the time that I could appeal that. I did, how to appeal that, and my son gave me the number, and I did call. I'm not sure if it was you that I talked to, but I did talk to the,
Okay,
the
but the
gentleman
bottom
from.
line is no appeal was taken. Okay.
Well, I mean, I called. I wasn't sure how
Well,
that
a
was.
call is not an appeal.
Okay.
Okay, so the violation is deemed admitted.
So the violation is a derelict boat? I mean, not being wise or anything, but what is
Whether
it?
it's been corrected or not is a different issue.
But what is a derelict boat? I mean,
Being in an overall state of abandonment, it had missing parts. It also doesn't have a current registration.
Okay,
So for those reasons, it's considered derelict according to the definition of the city's Fort Lauderdale Code of Ordinance.
okay.
I mean, it is registered.
Okay, is it posted at this time?
Yes.
Okay, so we would have to do a reinspection. And also, if it's in a state of neglect, at the time of the inspection, I believe it needed some cleaning and it had some missing parts.
Yeah.
So for that reason, we considered it derelict.
Okay. But it's not left there. It's not derelict. I mean,
Okay, but
we
need to conclude this and move on.
Okay.
Under the ordinance, the violation is deemed to be admitted and the fines are imposed and will continue to accrue, and let's do an expeditious,
Yeah. For the record, the fines were $18,075.
correct. And once it comes into compliance, we can address
sorry.
that. Okay. All right, thank you, sir.
So they're going to re-inspect it?
There's gonna be another, he's gonna inspect it,
I'll give you
yes.
my card, we'll schedule a reinspection, and then we'll go from there. And then I recommend that you go before the fine reduction hearing and try to get your fine reduced.
I mean,
Okay. Thank you.
Our next case is on page 23. Inspector Marco Aguilera. Case number CE 22030341. Case address 2448 Bimini Lane. Owner Cal Nestor and Eileen Turner Nestor. This property was posted on 5/6/22 and posted at City Hall on 5/12/22. Do we have a respondent for 2448 Bimini Lane? Kyle Nestor? Okay, so we'll move on. Our next case is on page 9. Inspector Gustavo Caracas. Case number CE 22020638. Case address 110 Southeast 11th Avenue. Owner Alexander Dimitriev. Property posted 5/10/22. Posted at City Hall 5/12/22.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Presenting case number CE 22020638 for the property located at 110 Southeast 11th Avenue. Inspection of the property was performed on February 17th of this year and cited for the following violation, 9-305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. There are areas that have weeds and other foliage in the frontage of the home or property. Courtesy notice was mailed to the property owner as listed on BCPA via first-class mail on February 23rd, allowing 10 days to come into compliance. Contact has been made with the property owner. Special Magistrate request form sent on March 9th and scheduled for today's Special Master. Pre-hearing inspection was done on May 23rd, and pictures presented today are to confirm the violations has not been brought into compliance. The city is requesting the following: 35 days to have compliance, or a daily fine of $25 for the violation that exists. And the photos have been submitted into record for evidence. Your Honor, the owner of the property is present with us today.
All right, sir, if you'll speak right into the microphone and state your name, please.
Good morning. My name is Alexander Dmitriev. I'm the owner of the property.
You understand what this gentleman said?
Sure.
Any disagreement?
No, I agree. I'm working on the problem. And
He's requested 35 days, so I'm going to find that the violation does exist, 35 days to comply, $25 per day thereafter.
okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 62, Inspector Bernstein Samberd. Case number CE 211-10342, case address 1131 Northwest 55th Street. Owner LMK Equipment LLC. This case was first heard on 1/11/22. To comply by 2/15/22, suspended 3/8/22 to 5/10/22. One section not complied at $50 per day, $1,850 accrued, and this is a request for an extension.
Lauderdale Compliance Supervisor, I'm sorry, Inspector Samberd had to leave. I'll be taking over his cases.
Okay, I'm sorry, would you repeat what you said?
Inspector Samberd had to leave.
Is that microphone on?
Yes, I'm sorry, Inspector Samberd. I'm a little soft-spoken, Special Magistrate.
All right.
Inspector Samberd had to leave, so I'll be taking over his cases. I'll be presenting them for him.
All right.
So, Lauderdale Code Compliance Supervisor, case and address, case number and address is read. The property was first heard on January 11th, 2022 to comply by February 15th, 2022. On 3/8/2022, the property owner requested a 63-day extension, which was granted by the magistrate. Property owner submitted permits to have the swale area, to pave the swale area on April 22nd of 2022. And it's still in process according to our software and system. The violation in question is 9-305B, landscape along the swale at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover, including the swale. As mentioned, the representative of the property is here, looking to request an extension again, and we do not object to a 63-day extension.
All right, ma'am. Yeah, I recall this case. If you'll speak right into the microphone, state your name.
Good morning, Your Honor. Maria Millman.
All right, how much of an extension are you requesting, and what progress has been made?
The permit has been submitted. We're just waiting for the city to approve it, and as soon as it's approved, the work will be done. We have a contractor ready to do it.
All right, and so you need how many days?
I don't know how long permitting takes for the city, Your Honor, so it's been submitted the end of April. I don't know how long it's going to take for them to approve it. Maybe 60, what'd you say? What did you offer, 60-something days?
63.
63 days is fine.
Okay, I'm going to grant a 63-day extension and stay the fines as of this date.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 27. Senior Inspector Manny Garcia, Supervisor Reggie White presenting. Case number CE 22030486. Case address 317 Southwest 14th Court. Owner Saron. This case was cited on March 12, 2022 to comply by March 14, 2022. One section complied at $200 per day, $5,800 accrued. This is a citation appeal.
Reggie White, Code Compliance Supervisor for the City of Fort Lauderdale. presenting case as read for Senior Inspector Manny Garcia in reference to the property at 317 Southwest 14th Court. The property was issued a citation on March 12, 2022 under Section 24-27B for the containers being left roadside and not being stored correctly as approved of the City of Fort Lauderdale Code of Ordinance. Multiple inspections took place on March 15th and March 16th, again on April 2nd, and it wasn't until April 13th that the property was brought into compliance as the photos depict. At this time, the city is requesting the imposition of fines, the full imposition of fines.
Okay, so the city's requesting the full fine?
Yes, the full imposition of fines.
Okay. All right, sir, if you'll speak right into the microphone and state your name, please.
Hi, I'm Saron. I was traveling for work from March 5th to April 5th. The day I came in, I noticed the citation. I immediately corrected it. Next day, I have photos to prove it.
You get if you'll adjust the microphone.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was traveling from March 5th. Louisiana, Houston, New York, Barcelona, and back to New York. And came back to Florida on March 5th, on April 5th.
Is this your home?
Yes, but I'm always traveling for work, sir. I don't even know how the trash cans got misplaced too. But I have no way to prove that. I don't even need it.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Is this the place that you live?
Well, I don't know about that anymore. I'm traveling all the time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you homesteaded the property?
Yeah, before I was living in the
Okay,
property.
so
I've been living there, but I've been
It's
traveling.
your home, but some reason you're not there much.
Yeah, I'm traveling for work, sir, all the time. So apologies for that. Yeah.
Okay. When you're not there, is somebody else there?
No, no one.
Okay.
But the city has my name, number, even email address. I haven't been notified. I didn't know about it until I got back on April 5th.
Okay. So go ahead.
Yeah. So I guess I was asking if there's a way to reduce it, given that I just wasn't at the property.
When inspections were done, the garbage cans were still not removed.
I was not there, sorry. Yeah. Yeah, I was not in Florida.
That's correct. Okay. So, okay, an appeal was taken, correct? Okay. So
Yes.
Citation appeal. But you admit that the violations existed?
Yeah, I mean.
Okay, so what can I do? Yeah.
Good morning, Your Honor. Portia Williams. So what the code allows you to do is you would have a finding of fact if the violation does exist, if you find that the violation exists. If you do that, Your Honor, then you have to impose the citation.
Okay.
So you would have to impose if you find that it exists, and then what the property owner could do is apply for a lien reduction.
Okay. All right. And that's what I have to do. So I'm going to impose the fine of $5,800. Now, if you, the lady right over here will give you a little folder explaining how you can apply to have that amount reduced.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 39. Inspector Wilson Quintero. On page 39, Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr. Case number CE 21050511. Case address 1612 Northwest 6th Street.
Yeah, got it.
Owner Ralph Rachels. Do we have a respondent for 1612 Northwest 6th Street? This case was first heard on March 24, 2022 to comply by April 14, 2022. Two sections complied at $25 per day. $1,050 accrued. The city is requesting full amount be imposed.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr., number 317 on behalf of the city. Case number and address as read. This case was first heard on March 24th, 2022. The magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and the property owner was ordered to correct the violations by 4/14/2022. At this time, all the violations are in compliance, and the city is requesting no fines be imposed.
All right, sir, just for the record, if you'll state your name.
Ralph Rachel.
Okay, city's requesting that no fines be imposed, and I'm going to follow that. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're gonna
The
stand
city,
in recess.
the city's going to take a brief recess,
Five
about 5 minutes. Thank you.
Say 5 minutes. What time do the lien reductions start?
I believe they start at 11 earlier. Katrina, lien reduction start time is what? Today is 12:30.
create a hearing. I would like to thank you all for bearing with us because, as you may not know, once you all are gone, unfortunately, our staff still has to remain. So that is why we have to take a recess when we have long hearing days. So I definitely appreciate your patience. Our next case is on page 63. Captain Robert Kursarwich, case number FC 20090010, case address 17 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. Owner Thor Gallery, A Beach Place LLC, in care of Ryan LLC, Davina Taveras. This case was first heard on 12/9/2020 to comply by 2/9/2021. There are several suspensions notated on the agenda. One section not complied at $250 per day. $4,250 has accrued, and this was in order to reappear.
Good morning, Your Honor. Captain Robert Kursarwich, Fort Lauderdale Fire Marshal's Office, here to present case FC 200900010 for 17 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. This is a order to reappear, as we've had a long list of violations originally on this property, and we're down to the last final one. We had known from the beginning it was going to take some time in order to get the smoke control system certified on this property due to the condition it was and the proximity to the ocean. Haven't seen a lot of movement in the last 90-day extension, but we do have a representative from the association over here, and I'll let him speak as to his formulated game plan and how they plan on moving forward with this.
Thank you, Captain Kursarwich. Good morning. Steve Tilbrook with Ackerman Law Firm, representing the property owner. I would like to just explain what we've been doing the last 90 days. And this is a schedule for reappearance. So I do have a question about the fines that have accrued and whether they're still accruing. Maybe we can talk about that after. But what we have been working towards our smoke control certification. There was some confusion. It's a complex site. We have a retail center that's 3 stories, and it's attached to and shares a parking garage with the Marriott timeshare resort. And the Marriott timeshare resort does have a smoke control certification. We provided it to the fire marshal, and we were of the understanding that smoke control certification was for the full complex, and we just recently found out that there are parts of it that did not comply with the smoke control for the retail center. So the retail center does not actually still have to have a smoke control system. The rules have changed since it was built, so we have to remove the fans that are not working at this facility now, change the system fire alarm, and then have a reinspection. Those are the 3 things that need to be done. We expect that to be done within the next 90 days. So we're requesting an additional 94-day extension, I believe, to get to the next hearing. We have been making progress. We've been in contact with the fire marshal. There was some confusion over the last couple months about whether or not the smoke control certification had been certified. But we have a strict timeline now, and we're going to be in compliance within the next 90 days.
So this is the home stretch.
This is the home stretch, sir. Thank you.
All right, because this is an old one. Okay, I'm going to grant a 91-day extension.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mandatory reappearance, August 25th, 2022.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 7. Senior Inspector Dorian Cologne, case number CE 22040542, case address 1200 North Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard, owner 1200 Club Condo Association, Inc., property posted 5/12/22, posted at City Hall 5/12/22.
Good morning again.
Good morning.
Thank you. Senior Inspector Cologne for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case number is CE 22040542, and the case address is 1200 North Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. This property was first inspected on April 14th, 2022, and the following violations were observed. 6-51, there's artificial light that is illuminating the incorporated beaches of Fort Lauderdale. There are doors and/or windows that have blinds or shades that are left open, and non-shielded lights that can be seen on the from the beach. The violation was complied on 5/12/2022. However, this is a recurring violation. See case number CE 2203-0200, and it will be presented to the magistrate to obtain a finding of fact whether or not it comes into compliance prior to the hearing. I would also like the photos entered into the record, and I would also like for the record to read section 653, that if the magistrate finds that the violation exists and enters against the violator, the enforcing agency shall notify the violator in writing that any external lighting sources causing the violation may be removed by the city within 10 business days thereafter, or a fine may be assessed against the violator, with said fine to be assessed within 10 business days thereafter, and to be continuously assessed until the conclusion of the nesting season, which is October 31st, or until the violation is corrected. Any costs that are associated with the removal by the city of external lighting sources shall be recovered from the person or persons causing the violation, and if not recovered, a lien shall be placed against the property and reimbursed to the city at the time of the sale of the property.
All right, okay, so you're essentially requesting a finding of fact?
Correct.
All right, ma'am, if you'll speak right into the microphone and state your name, please.
My name is Patricia Stipka.
Anything would you like to add?
Well, I'm on the board of directors of the 1200 Club Condominium Association. I'm a new board member, and we have been working to address the situation. We've sent a number of emails to all the residents in the building. We've also specifically looked at the photos of the units that were in violation and spoke to those residents specifically, and we believe that we've gotten everybody in compliance now. We've had a lot of new members, new buyers bought into our association, and so it took a little time to bring them up to speed, but I think, you know, we've got everybody on the right page now.
All right, okay, so I'm gonna make a finding of fact that the violation did exist. Other relief you requested for future?
Well, the violation is complied, so I'm just requesting that it's a finding of fact.
I make the finding of fact the violation did exist.
Okay, thank you.
So what, that's it?
That's it.
Okay, thank you.
Our next case is on page 63. Inspector Darren Emmons, Supervisor Reggie White presenting case number CE 22010639. Case address 3524 Southwest 15 Court. Owner Randall Hackworth. This case was first heard on 4/12/22 to comply by 5/3/22. One section not complied at $25 per day, $575 accrued. One section complied at $25 per day, $300 accrued. A total of $875 has accrued, and this is a request for an extension.
Hi, I'm Regina Hackworth. I'm
Yes.
representing Randall Hackworth.
Yep. Thank you. Hello, Reggie White, Co-Compliance Supervisor for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting the case as read for property 3524 Southwest 15th Court. Notice of hearing was posted on the property May 10, 2022, and a pre-hearing inspection was done May 22nd, 2022. The violation remains as depicted of 9-305B. The landscape at the property is not being maintained. There are bare and missing ground cover areas. The property is currently accruing fines. I would like to, I think we're here for a request for an extension, so the city is okay with granting an extension of 35 days to comply the violation of bare and missing ground cover.
Okay, ma'am, if you'll speak right into the microphone, state your name.
Regina Hackworth. I'm representing Randall Hackworth. It's my son. It's his property. It is rented. We did comply and fix the driveway. I have a question. The ground cover in the front of the yard is fine. It's the swale now that seems to be the question.
That's correct.
Can I put gravel? Or does it have to be grass?
Ma'am,
So,
I'm sorry.
you don't need to take up hearing time because we have an unusually heavy agenda today and one more coming up.
Okay.
So if you can speak to this gentleman and he'll be very cooperative with you. For today, I'm going to grant a 63-day extension and stay the fines.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 59, Captain Robert Kursarwich. Case number FC 211-10017, case address 712 Northwest 57th Street, owner JJ Auto LLC. This case was first heard 2/24/22 to comply by 4/28/22. One section not complied at $100 per day, $2,800 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
Good morning, Your Honor. Captain Robert Kursarwich, Fort Lauderdale Fire Marshal's Office. Property address, case number, and the violations as read on the agenda. I was actually surprised that we had a respondent for this case because I have not heard from anybody on this. They do have two permits, one for the fire suppression, one for the spray booth that's on there. Last action on those permits was requested for corrections from February 17th. I've not heard or seen any further movement on obtaining those permits since the February 17th day. So I'll let the respondent chime in on where they are on obtaining progress and compliance on this.
Hello.
Yeah, speak right in the microphone.
Yes,
State
sir.
your name.
My name is Ricardo Mejia.
Okay. Anything you'd like to add?
Yes, so there was an issue with the permits, and in reality, the only permit that was filed was for the spray booth suppression system. I don't know why there's still an ongoing open permit for the other permit. But with regards to the fire suppression system, all of the work has been completed, all of the paperwork is submitted, and the last piece of paperwork, which was from the electrical licensed electrician, was completed and submitted yesterday to the city. We'd like to have time for the city to process that and to allow us to set up an inspection now that all the paperwork has been turned in.
Your Honor, yes, I reviewed the permits this morning, and as of this time, I did not see an electrical permit installed or applied for at that time. They do have two permits, like I stated, one for the fire suppression for the booth, one for the spray booth itself for the installation, and both of them had failed waiting pending correction since February 17th.
Working with contractor family fire suppression and working with the licensed electrician, and the electrical work is for an electrical turn-off switch for the compressed air. So it's part of the fire suppression system, the electrical work. And it was all part of that same permit that we turned in.
What the captain is saying is that there's no permits that are issued and that there's corrections that the city identified that are deficiencies in the plans submitted with those permit applications, and they've been waiting for the owner's representative design professional to correct those plans so the permits can be issued. And the city's been waiting since February to hear a response to our deficiencies that were noted.
Yep, so the comments that we received were in regards to the licensed electrician, signing off on the papers and submitting the fire plan, and that was all completed. That's been done, and that was done months ago, the fire suppression stuff. The electrician and the paperwork for the electrician was submitted yesterday. That was through the building owner, my landlord. I'm the tenant at 712, and his electrician who handles that property submitted it yesterday. I don't know the time, but it was submitted yesterday. And the owner asked me on his behalf to ask for 90 days to allow the city to process the paperwork and for us to schedule an inspection after we receive some kind of authorization that we can have an inspection.
Your Honor, 90 days seems a little bit excessive, especially since the representative here has stated that the work has already been done. They're just waiting on permits to be approved. Typically, the turnaround time on permits like this is usually less than 2 weeks. So if they've recently submitted corrections that are in there, I'll support 35 days in order to come into compliance, or give them an extension for the 35 days, and to go ahead and stay the fines.
All right, I'm gonna grant a 35-day extension, stay the fines as of this date.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 47. Inspector Manny Garcia, Supervisor Reggie White, presenting case number CE 22020330. Case address 100 Southwest 10th Street. Owner Glenn She Omega Carlton LLC and care of Via Decimas LLC. This case was cited on 2/9/22 to comply by 2/11/22. One section complied at $200 per day, $1,400 accrued. The city is requesting full amount be imposed. No appeal was received for the citation.
Reggie White, Code Compliance Supervisor for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting the case as read for the property at 100 Southwest 10th Street for Senior Inspector Manny Garcia. The property was issued a citation on February the 9th under Section 24-27B for the garbage containers being left roadside and not being stored properly. Multiple inspections took place on February 12th, February 16th, and February 19th. As per photos depict, at this time, the property is in compliance. The city is requesting the full imposition of fines to the sum of $1,400.
Okay, ma'am, if you'll speak right to the microphone and state your name.
Okay, hi, my name is Jennifer Small and I'm representing the owner. So this notice was posted at an unstaffed apartment building, so we weren't aware that there was even a citation. In addition to that, the time frame for compliance is unclear. On the citation, it says it must be corrected within 48 hours/days of the notice. So we weren't aware of it, and the time frame is unclear. So once we were aware of it, however, we did take steps to come into compliance because we want to be good neighbors. So we're looking to get the fines reduced or eliminated.
Well, this was a citation. No
Yes.
appeal was received.
We weren't aware of the citation in the proper time frame.
Okay.
I believe the citation was sent certified as well.
I work for the property management company, and it wasn't received by the owners until, looks like the 15th is when they received it.
Okay.
Yeah, we sent it to the address that's on Broward Property Appraisers,
Okay.
certified.
All right. So I am, under the ordinance, my only option is to impose a fine of $1,400. You're now in compliance. If you want to seek a reduction of that amount, the lady over here will give you
Honestly,
the
though, this
paperwork.
citation is wrong. We don't even have trash carts. We have a bulk container.
I'm sorry?
We have a bulk container. We don't have a trash cart. So the statutes on the citation aren't even correct.
Then you should have appealed the
Okay,
citation.
well, you can put all of those things in your application for reduction.
I mean, these citations are incorrect and the codes are contradictory, so it's quite difficult to become in compliance.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay. I've ruled. Next case.
Our next case is on page 42. Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr., case number CE 22040546, case address 1106 Northwest 7th Street. Owner Levington Real Estate LLC. This case was cited on 4/15/22 to comply by 4/16/22. One section complied at $200 per day, $1,200 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and no appeal was received for the citation.
Morning, Your Honor. Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr., number 317, presented on behalf of the city. case number and address as read. This case was first inspected on 4/15/2022, where a citation was issued for the following violation. 24-27B, there are waste containers left roadside overnight after collection day and not pulled back to an approved location. The property was given 24 hours for compliance, and a reinspection was conducted on 4/16/2022, where it was observed that the violation remained. Affidavit of non-compliance of citation was given to admin staff for processing. No appeal was received for this citation. It was brought into compliance after 6 days for a total amount of $1,200 in fines.
All right. Okay, sir, if you'll speak right into the microphone and state your name, please.
My name's Peter Lemieux, and I am a representative of Levington Real Estate. I'm a new property manager. I just took this over. And he is correct. The garbage cans were left out. There was a notice placed on the front of the building that I just happened to drive by and see. But yes, we're in compliance now, and we're working to maybe eliminate the cans and put a dumpster on the site. So
Okay.
that's it.
Again, this was a citation, no appeal was filed, so the violation was admitted under the ordinance. I have no option other than to impose the fine. If you wish to seek a further reduction, the package was available right over here.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 44. Senior Inspector Manny Garcia, Supervisor Reggie Wright presenting. Case number CE 22010200. Case address 207 Southwest 2nd Street. Owner Riverwalk Center LTD. This case was cited on 1/8/22 to comply by 1/15/22. One section not complied at $150 per day. $19,650 accrued. The city is requesting full amount, and fines continue to accrue. No appeal was received for the citation.
Reggie White, Code Compliance Supervisor for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case as read for the address 207 Southwest 27th Street for Senior Inspector Manny Garcia. The property was issued a citation under Section 25-181. The business of Squigglies at this location is operating without a current year sidewalk cafe business tax receipt permit. A reinspection was performed on May 14, 2022 by Officer Marco Aguilera, and the establishment was found to continue operating without a sidewalk cafe permit as per the photos depict. At this time, the city is requesting the full imposition of fines, and the fines will continue to accrue until the property comes into compliance.
Okay. All right, sir, are you going to speak on behalf of the owner?
I am the owner, Your Honor. I'm Joe Simpson.
All right.
And yes, I'm in lieu of handling that situation as we speak.
I'm sorry, say again.
I'm in lieu of trying to handle that situation in terms of trying to get the permits properly so I can kill the fine.
All right.
Yes. Yeah, he's in the process of complying. He's reached out to planning and zoning. And once he comes into compliance, I recommend that he goes before the fine reduction hearing in order to, in attempt to reduce his fine.
I'm sorry, is it currently complied?
No, it is not complied.
Okay. Okay, so this was a citation, no appeal was filed, violation is admitted.
That's correct.
My obligation under the ordinance is to impose the fine, and it continued to accrue. So you've been out of compliance 150 days. I don't know what's going on, or you're ignoring this, or what, but you've got $19,650 in fines. When you come into compliance, if you wish to seek a reduction of that, there's a procedure we've referred to earlier today. But that's my ruling for today, because you're not in compliance. Thank you.
Oh, roger that.
And before you go forward, I want to make a correction about a case that I presented. This is case CE 22010639. address 3524 Southwest 15th Court for the extension of time. I want to make a correction from 35 days to 63 days. The city wants to grant an extension of time to comply the violation of 9-305B. It was 63 days? Okay, thank you.
Our next case is on page 57. Inspector Bovrig Xantis, case number CE 22010072, case address 1131 Northwest 14th Court, owner Marie Philippe. This case was cited on 3/11/22 to comply by 3/14/22. One section complied at $225 per day, $2,250 accrued. The city is requesting full amount be imposed, and no appeal was received for the citation.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Xantis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement. Case and address as read by the clerk. This property was first inspected on January 5th, 2022. Revealed the property did not provide dog with a adequate size cage that allowed the dog to stand erect, sit down, or lie down, and to fully turn around properly. A citation was issued on March 11, 2022, allowing 72 hours to correct the violation or an appeal within 15 days. A notice of hearing was handed to the property owner on May 13, 2022. A request for an appeal was not received by the city within the allotted time, and the city is requesting the full imposition of fines.
So the violation is now in compliance.
Affirmative. Violation is in compliance.
All right, okay. Ms. Felipe, is that you? Are you?
Good morning, Your Honor. This is my mother, and I'm speaking for her. The cage was bought. I have proof that it arrived January 14th, so we've been in compliance for a while. I'm not sure if she missed the citation, but for a while she didn't understand what the citation meant.
Is this dog kept in a cage outside all day?
No, not all day, but it's kept in a cage.
Outside like that with no food and water?
No, it has food and water. It actually has a really big doghouse now.
I just wanted to know that, Your Honor, because if that was the case, I was going to refer it to Broward County for animal cruelty. Dogs should not be kept outside without food and water in a cage all day, or don't have an animal.
Okay.
Well, well, I have pictures of the dog this morning with food and water.
Okay, ma'am, you probably heard this speech before this morning. This was a citation. No appeal was received. The violation is admitted. Under the ordinance, I have no alternative other than to impose the fine of $2,250. If you wish to seek a reduction of that fine, this lady over here will hand you a package of the papers to apply for that. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 56, Inspector Bovrig Xantis. Case number CE 211-10684, case address 1100 Northwest 15th Avenue, owner Lisamaco Guzman Ventimila. This case was first heard on 2/24/22. To comply by 4/7/22, one section not complied at $25 per day. $1,225 is accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
Good afternoon again, Your Honor. Inspector Xantis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number CE 2111-0684, property address 1100 Northwest 15th Ave. This case was first heard on February 24, 2022, and the magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and property owner was requested 42 days to correct all the violation. At this time, the landscape is the only remaining violation. I've been in contact with the property owner, so the city would like to request all fine to impose and the stay of fine as of right now, and granted a 35 days to correct the violation.
All right. Okay, so the remaining violation is 9-305B.
That is correct.
Okay. All right. Okay, ma'am, if you'll speak right into the microphone and state your name.
Yes, my name is Janet Larrondo, and I'm
All
the
right.
property manager of.
You've got some of these violations taken care of. And
Yes.
What do you say, 35 days?
35 days.
Okay. I'm going to give you 35 days to deal with the landscape.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, 35 days. I'm going to stay the fines of this date. Okay.
Okay.
There won't be a daily fine, but you need to get this taken care of within 35
For
days.
sure. Excellent.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 38. And 38.
38.
Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr., case number CE 20120988, case address 1536 Northwest 6th Street, owner 1551 Sistrunk LLC. This case was first heard on 3/9/21 to comply by 5/11/21. There are two suspensions noted on the agenda. Two sections complied at $100 per day. $28,000 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr., number 317, present on behalf of previous area Inspector Lopez. Case number and address as read. This case was first heard on 3/9/2021, and the magistrate ruled in favor for the city. 91-day extension was granted on 7/29/2021. At the hearing to reappear on 12/9/2021, the property owner was a no-show. At the hearing on January 27, 2022, a 63-day extension was granted. The property was brought into compliance on March 3rd, 2022. At this time, all the violations are in compliance, and the city is requesting no fines to be imposed.
The city's requesting
no fines.
No fines. Okay. State your name for the record, please.
My name is Alejandra Gutierrez, on behalf of the owner.
Okay, so no fines will be imposed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 55. Inspector Bovrig Xantis. Case number CE 211-00466. Case address 1455 West Sunrise Boulevard. Owner Aziz Texaco Inc. This case was first heard on 1/27/22 to comply by 3/31/22. Two sections complied at $50 per day. $1,200 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount.
Good afternoon again, Your Honor. Inspector Xantis. On behalf of the City of Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number CE 2110-0466, property address 1455 West Sunrise Boulevard. This case was first heard on January 27, 2022. The magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and property owner was requested 63 days to correct all violation. At this time, all violations are in compliance. The city is requesting full imposition of fine.
Okay, city's requesting no fine.
All fine to be imposed. All fines to be imposed.
All right. Okay, sir, if you'll speak into the microphone, state your name, please.
Yes, my name is Mohammed Khan. I'm the owner of 1455 West Sunrise,
So,
Sunland Food Mart.
city's request is no fines.
All fines to be imposed.
All fines to be imposed. Okay.
Correct.
All right. Sorry. Okay. Anything you'd like to add, sir?
I don't understand. I have to pay the fine?
Well, unless you give me some real good reason why you shouldn't.
Yeah, I finished all my,
Two violations. Landscaping, you were out of compliance for 19 days, and the building exterior for 5 days.
I think it's the last one is the, like putting grasses. This is for, I finished all of them things. Actually, March 31st, I have to finish it up, but I give it this job to some lawn people, and they put a one pallet, two pallet grasses, and then another two pallet, I give it to Manny, and they took the money, and they never show up, and I called the police department, and I have a case number, and I was waiting for he called me, say he's coming to fix it up, but he don't. Then after that, and I called inspector. He said, okay, 31st is a Sunday, so we can do it Monday, Tuesday in between. So I finished the job. Right now, all the jobs are done. So I don't know why and then after 20th April, I got the notice, so I have to pay, I have to go to court today date. So that's all about. And this is a very bad place, and I've been 31 years in this location. Between this thing, I have 3 other things. They damage my building and all kind of things. Is this
Okay,
one of
hang
them?
on. What are administrative costs on this case?
I didn't hear you, Your Honor. $488. $488.
Okay, I'm going to impose administrative cost $480.
88. 488.
$488.
$488 I have to pay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll take that thing because
Give
they
you a
took
break,
my
the fine
$400.
The fine was $1,200. I reduced it to $488.
Thank you, Josh. I appreciate it.
Our next case is on page 53. Inspector Bovrig Xantis. Case number CE 211-00402. Case address 1201 Northwest 11th Court. Owner Asset Equity Holdings LLC. This case was first heard on 2/24/22 to comply by 3/31/22. 3 sections not complied at $50 per day. $8,400 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
Good afternoon again, Your Honor. Inspector Xantis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number CE 21100402, property address 1201 Northwest 11th Court. This case was first heard on February 24, 2022, and the magistrate ruled in favor of the city. Property owner was ordered 35 days to correct all violation. At this time, violation 9-280H1 came into compliance as of May the 13th, 2022. Violation 9-304B is also in compliance. I spoke with property owner. She showed a live video of the driveway being repaired and being painted at the same time. Violation 9-305B is not in compliance, but the city will request a stay or fine on the violation 9-305B and will grant it a 35 days extension to get this violation to compliance. And the city will request all fines to be imposed on all violations as well.
Okay, I'm sorry. 9-305B, is that in compliance?
Not in compliance. 9-305B is not in compliance.
9-304B, is that
in compliance?
That's in compliance. Okay, so we've got. Okay, so we still got one out of compliance.
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay, ma'am, state your name, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Bernadette Wasom on behalf of Asset Equity Holdings.
All right. There's still some landscaping issues here. Are you doing anything to resolve the landscaping issues?
Yes, Your Honor. I've oh my goodness. We've ordered grass to be put in on the property. We've got quotes on how much it is to get it done. We've also put seeds down because it was so expensive, because we have an extra lot there, and we were quoted very large amounts to put this in, and also the fence that was removed.
Yeah, the fence is complied. I got that. I'm just concerned about what's going to happen with the landscape. I'm weighing my options here. I mean, I can impose.
Judge, the landscape was done. We actually had the grass put in. What was misunderstood was that we, instead of putting grass in front of the house where cars parked, because the street is not wide enough, to park on the street. So cars parked on the grass. So instead of putting putting grass there, we put gravel there. And the gravel was put in, but the inspector said to me that gravel has to be, we have to apply for a permit to put gravel in, which I did not understand that before.
Okay.
So we actually paid and had gravel put in.
Okay, but wait a minute. Have you applied for a permit for the gravel?
He told me today that I would need to apply for a permit for the gravel, which I didn't know. I didn't know. So I thought I was in compliance by putting the gravel in.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you made some effort. How long is it going to take to process that permit?
Not quite sure, Your Honor, but so we can grant 35 days for the landscape, and if that's not gonna be enough time for her, she can always request for to come get an extension from the magistrate.
Okay, until the next magistrate hearing?
Correct.
Okay, as to 9-305B, I'm going to grant a 35-day extension and stay the fines as of this date, which gives you but I want a mandatory reappearance, June
Okay.
30th, 2022.
Okay.
Okay, so
Okay.
hopefully we're all getting on the same page here.
Okay, sir. Just to mention that fine number 9304B, which was the vehicles and trailers, that was corrected almost immediately.
No, that's complied. We're not even concerned with that.
Okay.
Well, we are, because it was still out of compliance for 56 days.
No, it wasn't, sir.
You might need to talk to this gentleman then.
It wasn't. It was complied with.
Okay, ma'am, I can't decide that today.
Okay.
Huge agenda, people are waiting, okay?
Okay.
So I have to move on.
I understand.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 55. Inspector Bovrig Xantis, case number CE 211-00466, case address 1455 West Sunrise Boulevard.
You heard that already.
Oh, we did?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, page?
Sorry. I'm sorry. It's page 48.
48. All right.
Senior Inspector Manny Garcia, Supervisor Reggie White presenting. Case number CE 220201444. Case address 2672 Gulfstream Lane. Owner James Mertz. This case was cited on February 3rd, 2022 to comply by February 13th, 2022. One section not complied at $250 per day. $25,500 is accrued. This is requesting full amount be imposed, fines continue to accrue, and no appeal was received for the citation.
All right.
All right, Reggie White, Co-Compliance Supervisor for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting the case as read for Senior Inspector Manny Garcia. This is in reference to the address 2672 Gulfstream Lane. The property was issued a citation on February the 3rd, 2022 for the violation of 18-4C. There's a derelict vessel docked at the rear of the property. Derelict is the conditions as per the definition of section 18-3 due to the overall neglect in missing or expired registration. The contact was made with the property owner, the vessel owner, his name is Mr. James, in February, and was advised of the conditions of the vessel which caused the violation. Furthermore, contact was made with the owner of the property, Mr. Mertz, who requested a reinspection on May 14, 2022. A reinspection was performed, and as the photos depict, the vessel remains in derelict condition due to the vessel missing registration. At the time of this hearing, the city is requesting a full imposition of fines.
Okay, so the violation is still not in compliance, correct?
Yes, the violation is still not in compliance.
Okay, let's go. All right, and this is a citation that was issued, no appeal received. All right, sir, if you'll speak right into the microphone and state your name.
Thank you. My name is James Mertz. I'm the owner of the property.
Okay.
So on the 4th of February, we did receive the citation. Numerous phone calls were made by myself. I have the records of the phone calls by the owner of the property to Officer Garcia. Officer Garcia never returned any of the phone calls. The owner of the boat had reached out to Officer Garcia multiple times, finally contacted Officer Garcia, asked what was the condition that needed to be fixed or addressed, was told that the registration was missing from the boat and that the boat needed to be cleaned. So immediately, the owner had a crew come in that week, clean the boat, pressure wash the boat, and bring the registration down and make sure the registration was attached to the boat. On February 11th, I tried to contact again Officer Garcia, left a 3-minute message inviting him out to the house to come and inspect the boat, and gave him again all my contact information on how to contact me about the situation. Heard nothing from Officer Garcia until I received a magistrate letter on 4/30. To my surprise, because we had complied or thought we had complied with everything that Officer Garcia had told us or had told the owner of the boat. Called Officer Garcia, left 2 messages for him, no reply to me, the owner of the boat or the owner of the property. On the 13th, I called and spoke with Supervisor Reggie White, very, very helpful. Talked to me on the phone, called me back, told me Officer Garcia will call me back, to which Officer Garcia did call me back the following day, on the 14th. Spoke with me at 8:52 in the morning, then called me back at 10:14 in the morning and said I asked him if he would come out to the house and explain to me what we're missing, because we feel we've complied with everything he told us to. He said he would come out to the house at 4:30. I received an additional phone call after 11 a.m. and Officer Garcia said he was sitting in front of my house and if I would come out to the front of the house. Came out, spoke with Officer Garcia. We had a nice long conversation. He apologized to me for the misunderstanding about not returning my phone calls. I asked him why he didn't. He said that honestly he thought that he had already talked to me and he hadn't. And he realized that mistake at that point. He went through telling me that the boat was not cleaned. I showed him that the boat had been cleaned. He showed me the pictures that he took from the riverside, where I understand what he was talking about now, that the lower half of the boat hadn't been reached by the cleaning crew. I showed him the copy of the registration, the sticker. It was in the side of the window facing the house, not the river. He couldn't see it. The owner immediately addressed the part that you see there on the riverside, turned the boat around, and had it cleaned on the opposite side immediately once our Officer Garcia pointed it out to us. We also did apply for a contestation of the violation via email to the city's email address. Got no response for that either, either call or an email response. And so here we are today, feeling that we've tried to comply and been in compliance every step of the way, tried to communicate.
Apparently not. He says after all of this, it's still not in compliance as we sit here today.
Well, when Officer Garcia came out to my house on the 14th of April, or of May, which was just 10 days ago, and I asked him what the problem was. I showed him the registration. He saw the registration.
Okay.
And he showed me the pictures of the boat. He said the lower half of the boat is all that you have left to clean, and that has been cleaned immediately after he left.
Okay, so he's still got to go back and inspect it, though. And
he was invited to come back out.
Okay, as the last inspection, it was not in compliance.
Yeah, correct. As of the last inspection, it's not in compliance. Is the registration current as of today?
Yep, It was current as of February when Officer Garcia originally told the owner that it was missing.
Okay.
So you're telling me that both sides of the vessel have been cleaned?
The vessel's been completely cleaned. It was
Okay,
completely
and you did
cleaned in
that
February.
immediately after the last inspection?
Correct.
Okay, so
the boat
he's
was
got to
cleaned.
go back out there and inspect it, though.
Sure, I understand.
Okay.
But the boat was cleaned prior, upon the initial citation, within the 10 days. Unfortunately, the cleaners did not get the bottom half of the riverside, and that was taken care of when Officer Garcia came out.
Okay, so, can you get out and do another inspection?
Yeah. Yeah, we'll schedule an inspection and determine when the vessel was actually registered. If it was registered in February, we will consider starting the fines from there. But I think another issue was the boat was not maintained. So if there was some algae or undergrowth under the boat, that's important, especially for vessels, because if the growth is excessive enough, it could cause the boat to sink. And we've had cases to where boats sink on our waterways. So we can do a reinspection, or we can impose the fines.
The other issue too, I mean, I'm trying to get down to where the rubber meets the road here. This was a citation, no appeal was taken?
Correct. So if no appeal was given, you can impose the fines, and if we verify that the property is in compliance, he can go before a fine reduction hearing, and we can then hear his case as it relates to his property coming to compliance in a timely manner. But as of now, the property is not in compliance. We don't have an inspection on file that shows the property in compliance. There was no.
Under the ordinance, my only alternative is to impose the fine.
But can I ask, and I just provided the evidence of the appeal that was actually appealed in February within the 10 days of actually it was done on, Mr. Campbell filed the appeal on February 10th. After we had done all of the work, the initial work of cleaning, everything that Officer Garcia had originally said in February that needed to be done.
Where did you send that email, that appeal to? Okay, we're actually looking for that at the moment.
I can tell you it was the email address that was on the citation. It went to the city at codeadmin@fortlauderdale.gov.
Okay.
With the citation number on the heading of the appeal. So Your Honor, I understand, I've heard a lot of these cases. We truly attempted to, or not even attempted to, we truly felt we were in compliant and had done the work. And had Officer Garcia not been confused as to not calling me back or returning any of my messages, this never would have gotten this far.
Your Honor, can we place this case on a recall, please?
Okay.
Thank you. Give us one moment, sir, please. And we'll recall the case.
We're gonna do some checking. Your case is on recall.
Okay. Thank you.
Our next case is on page 59. Senior Inspector Manny Garcia, Supervisor Reggie White presenting. Case number CE 22010332. Case address 350 East State Road 84. Owner Federal 627N LLC. This case was first heard on 3/24/22 to comply by 4/3/22. One section not complied at $50 per day, $2,650 has accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
Hello, Reggie White, Code Compliance Supervisor for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting the case as read for Senior Inspector Manny Garcia for the property at 3050 East State Road 84. The case was first heard on March 24, 2022, and the magistrate found for the city. A reinspection was performed on May 19, 2022, and found that the property remains in violation as the photos depict. The city is requesting the full imposition of fines. I actually just spoke to the property owner, and he came to me. He told me he's actually attempting to come into compliance, so I want to correct that. He did comply with removing the trash, but there is still some overgrowth on the property. So as of now, the property is not in compliance. The city is requesting that we grant the respondent an extension until next month so he can properly cut the grass, prune the grass and do everything he needs to do. At that time, he'll come into compliance.
Okay, you want to do a continuance till the next agenda?
Correct.
Okay, I'm gonna, sir, state your name for the record.
Edmund Waterman.
Okay, you understand what he's saying?
I do.
Okay, so we'll give you a 35-day
35
extension.
days.
And,
And can we cancel the daily fines until we're able to do the
yes,
inspection?
okay. All right,
Stop
so do we need a mandatory reappearance on this?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, man.
Need a mandatory reappearance on this case?
Yes, and we want to stay the fines.
Okay, so 35 days, mandatory reappearance on June 30th, 2022.
May I make a statement?
Yes.
I do believe I did comply. I have photos of the compliance. I did speak with Mr. White here this morning, and he mentioned that there was an area that still was overgrown as of the inspection of May 9th. The original date was March 24th, and I can show that all the overgrowth at issue on the 24th was taken care of. By the time it was re-inspected on May 9th, there was an area that had grown up a little further.
All right, okay. Well, you'll speak to him. You're getting an extension, so we'll deal with those things later.
All right.
That's it. Thank you. You'll get a written order in the mail.
How you turn it on? Turn it on. How you turn it on?
So we're recalling the case for 2672 Gulfstream Lane. Good afternoon again, sir.
Hi.
Katrina Jordan, Administrative Supervisor for the City of Fort Lauderdale. We do show that we timely received your appeal. For that reason, we're going to withdraw your case from this agenda. Inspector Garcia will be back out to re-inspect, and once we return to the hearing, we will address the fines.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Our next case is on page 49. Inspector Marco Aguilera, case number CE 21090666, case address 1301 Southwest 31st Avenue. Owner Naomi Rafael. This case was first heard on 1/11/22 to comply by 1/25/22, suspended 3/8/22 to 4/5/22. One section complied at $50 per day, $2,850 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount.
Reggie White, Code Compliance Supervisor for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting this case for Marco Aguilera. This is for the address 1301 Southwest 31st Avenue. There was a proactive inspection conducted on September 26, 2021 by the previous Officer Bellback. Officer Bellback observed construction trash on the driveway of the property, as well as overgrown landscape encroaching on the public right-of-way. A reinspection was conducted on 10/10/2021, and the property remains in violation. 7 more re-inspections were conducted prior to the hearing on January 11, 2022, where Magistrate Purdy granted 14 days of fines of $50 per day. As of April 21st, 2022, the property has come into compliance for the violations originally cited. At this time, the city is requesting full imposition of fines in the amount of $2,850.
I'm sorry, the city's requesting?
Full imposition of fines.
Okay. All right, ma'am, if you'll state your name for the record, please.
Naomi Raphael.
Okay. Anything you want to add to what this gentleman said?
In reference to the fines.
You know, you're going to have to speak
In reference
right
to
into
the
the microphone.
fines?
You're going to have to get closer to the microphone and keep your voice up.
In reference to the fines, I did
submit an appeal via email, and we're still doing a little bit of work on the landscaping part. Just got the sprinklers done and everything like that. And there was a gate that they mentioned that I sent pictures, and I stay in communication with Mr. Aguilera, and he stated that I was on a good track. So I was just hoping that the fines could be terminated or removed.
City is not opposed to a reduction of fines. I do remember previously the owner or representative came before us and she was making attempts to come into compliance.
Yes.
Okay, so the city would be agreeable to a fine of,
We could do, let me just, the admin costs would be $600 for this case. So the
Okay,
city
admin
is not
co-
opposed
okay,
to
cost are six.
impose admin costs of $600.
Okay, how much are the administrative costs?
$600.
$600.
$600, yes.
$600. Yes. That's what I said. Yes. Okay, ma'am, I'm gonna reduce the fines from $2,800 to administrative cost of $600.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 17. Senior Inspector Manny Garcia, Supervisor Reggie White presenting case number CE 22030109. Case address 3215 Davie Boulevard, owner Bobcat LLC, property posted 5/12/22, posted at City Hall 5/12/22.
Reggie White, Code Compliance Supervisor for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 22030109 in reference to the address at 3215 Davie Boulevard. Property was first inspected on March 3rd, 2022, where the following violations were observed. Violation of 47-20.20H for the parking surfaces and spaces not being properly maintained. Section of Code 47-21.11A, the landscape at the property is not being maintained. According to code, there are missing bushes, as well as other vegetation on the property. Section 9-305B, the landscape at the property is not being properly maintained. There are bare and missing areas on the property. The property was re-inspected on April 30th, 2022, where the violations remain. A notice of a hearing was posted on the property May 5th, 2022. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on May 25th that shows the violations of 47-22, 47-20.20H, and 47-21.11A is in compliance. The violation of section 9-305B remains. The city is requesting 35 days extension or a fine of $25 per day thereafter.
Anyone here on behalf of the owner?
No, I did speak to, I guess, a potential buyer or owner of the property, but according to Broward property appraisers, I guess it's still the previous owner still has ownership of the property according to the records, so they cannot speak on the case, but it's their intention to comply with the violation within 35 days.
For the record, I found the violation does exist. 35 days to comply, $25 per day thereafter.
Thank you. Are there any respondents for today's regular special magistrate hearing? Is everyone here for lien reduction at this moment? Yes? So, you want to take a recess before the non-respondents, or you want to continue?
I'm sorry, say again. Anybody need a break? Yeah, okay. 5-minute recess.
We're going to take a brief 5-minute recess.
Okay.
been my go-to person on
Okay.
Good morning. We're now going to resume today's hearing, regular special magistrate hearing, calling our non-respondent cases. Our next case is on page 1, Captain Robert Kursarwich, case number FC 22040003, case address 490 Southeast 21st Street, owner William Beblick and Ronald Rogowski Estate, property posted 5/2/22, posted at City Hall 5/12/22.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Captain Robert Kursarwich, Fort Lauderdale Fire Marshal's Office, here to present case number FC 22040003 for property address of 490 Southeast 21st Street. Property site in reference to NFPA 113.6.4.3.2.1. The fire extinguishers have not been serviced and tagged by a certified person or company within the past 12 months. We're requesting 35 days or $100 a day thereafter.
Okay, I find the violation does exist. 35 days to comply, $100 per day thereafter.
Our next case on page 2, case number FC 22040007, case address 111 Southeast 19th Street, owner 111 Principalities LLC, property posted 5/2/22, posted at City Hall 5/12/22.
And Captain Robert Kursarwich for case number FC 22040007, property address 111 Southeast 19th Street. Property was cited in reference to NFPA 113.6.4.3.2.1. The fire extinguishers have not been serviced or tagged by a certified person or company within the past 12 months. Again, we're requesting 35 days or $100 a day thereafter.
I find the violation does exist. $35, 35 days to comply, $100 per day thereafter.
Our next case is on page 3. Inspector Bernstein Samberd, case number CE 211-00044. Case address 6500 Northwest 15th Way. Owner Team Horner RE Holdings LLC. Property posted 5/5/22, posted at City Hall 5/12/22.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the case number again for me, please?
I'm sorry?
Can you please repeat the case number for me?
CE 211-00044.
Thank you. Co-Compliance Supervisor Julio Davila on behalf of Co-Compliance Inspector Bernstein Samberd. Presenting the case number and address is read. The property was inspected on October 5th, 2021 and cited for the following violations. 47-20.0.H complied. 9-306. The exterior walls are not being maintained. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and peeling paint. 47-21.11.A. The landscape on the swale of the property is not being maintained. There are areas of bare and missing ground cover, including that swale area. Due to non-compliance on May 5th, 2022, the notice of hearing was posted on the property. A pre-hearing inspection revealed that the violations stated were not in compliance. The inspector has been in contact with the business manager of the company and would like to enter the photos as evidence to show that the violations are as depicted. The city's requesting 63 days to come into compliance or a fine of $50 per day per violation to be.
I'm sorry, how many days?
63, sir.
All right, I find the violations do exist, 63 days to comply, $50 per day thereafter.
Our next case is on page 3, Inspector Roberto Meneses, case number CE22020993, case address 508 Southwest 10th Street, owner THR Florida LP, property posted 42922, posted at City Hall 51222.
Roberto Meneses for the City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement. Case number CE22020993. Property address is 508 Southwest 10th Street. The property was first inspected on February 27, 2022. The following violation was observed. 9305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There is areas of dead and missing ground cover. An inspection report was posted on the property on 2/27/22. A re-inspection was conducted on 4/4/2022. A notice of hearing was posted on the property on 4/29/2022, and a pre-hearing inspection was conducted on May 19th, 2022. The violation still remains. The city is requesting 14 days to comply or a fine of $25 per day thereafter per violation.
28. How many days?
14 days to comply. It's 25.
Okay.
Our next case is on page 4.
14. And, okay, I find the violation does exist, 14 days to comply, $25 per day thereafter.
Our next case is on page 4. Inspector Roberto Meneses, case number CE22030028, case address 804 Southwest 4th Street, owner Paul E. Bogus Revocable Trust, property posted 4/29/22, posted at City Hall 5/12/22.
Roberto Meneses for the City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number CE20300028, property address is 804 Southwest 4th Street. The property was first inspected on March 2nd, 2022, and the following violations were observed. 9305A, there is growth in landscaping material along with an accumulation of leaves encroaching upon the right-of-way. 9308B, there is trash and debris or another element which is not permanent on the roof. 9306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts including fascia, soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. An inspection report was posted on the property 3/02/2022. The notice of hearing was posted on the property 4/29/2022. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on May 19th, 2022. Shows that the violations still remains is only 9306 still remains. 9305A have been complied and 9308 have been complied. The only one that's still outstanding is 9306, which is outer exterior walls. And the city is requesting 60 days to comply, of 25 days thereafter. per the one violation.
Okay, how many days again?
60 days. 63 days.
6-3?
Yes, sir. Yes,
60
Your Honor. 63.
Find the violation does exist, 63 days to comply, $25 per day thereafter.
Our next case is on page 6. Inspector Dorian Cologne. Senior Inspector Dorian Cologne. Case number CE-20010468. Case address 3411 Jackson Boulevard. Owner Cecilia Powell. Property posted 5/12/22. Posted at City Hall 5/12/22.
Good afternoon. Senior Inspector Cloyan for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case number CE-20010468, 3411 Jackson Boulevard. This property was first inspected on January 9th, 2020, and was cited for the following. 9313A has been complied. 9305B, the landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover, including the swale area. 9304B, there are vehicles parked on the grass lawn area, and the driveway is in disrepair. There are holes and cracks that need to be repaired, and it needs to be resurfaced. 181 has been complied, and 9306 has been complied. The violations that are depicted in the photos show that there's 2 remaining violations, and I would like the photos entered into the record. The city is requesting 91 days to comply, or $25 a day thereafter for each violation.
Right, I find the violations do exist, 91 days to comply, $25 per day thereafter.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 8. Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE-220300768. Case address 812 Northwest 8th Avenue. Owner Leonardi Investment Trust, Anthony Leonardi trustee. Property posted 4/20/22. Posted at City Hall 5/12/22.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Inspector Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Inspector, presenting case number CE-220300768 for the property located at 812 Northwest 8th Avenue. Inspection of the property was performed on March 16 and cited for the following violations. 47-19.4.B.1 has complied. 18-12A, there's trash, rubbish, and debris on the property and on its swale. 18-4C has complied. And 47-20.20.H, the parking facility at this property is deteriorated. It has cracks, grass growing through it, and it is not maintained in a smooth condition. A courtesy notice was mailed to the property owner as listed on BCPA on March 16th of 2022, allowing 10 days to come into compliance. Contact has been made with the owner and the tenant. Special Magistrate request form sent on March 30 of 2022 and scheduled for today's Special Master. The city's requesting the following, Your Honor. 10 days to come into compliance or a daily fine of $100 for each of the violations that exist. Photos submitted into record for evidence.
All right, I find the violations do exist, 10 days to comply, $100 per day thereafter.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 10. Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr., case number CE-220300371. Case address 2151 Northwest 7th Street. Owner Divided Investment LLC. Property posted 4/21/22. Posted at City Hall 5/21/22.
Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr., number 317, presented on behalf of the city. Case number CE-220300371. Case address 2151 Northwest 7th Street. Property was first inspected on March 9, 2022, following a complaint from a neighbor referenced poor property maintenance. Violations were observed. 18-4C complied. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia and soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing or peeling paint. 18-12A, there is overgrowth of grass, plants, weeds, trash, rubbish, litter, and debris on the property and its swale. 47-19.4.D.8. There's a dumpster enclosure that is not maintained at this location. There is trash debris scattered around and throughout the enclosure. The enclosure has missing fence slats or slats in disrepair. The gates are left open and not secured, and the lids on the dumpster are not closed. On March 9, 2022, an inspection report was created and posted to the property due to nobody being present. A copy of the inspection report was also mailed out to the owner listed on Broward County Property Appraiser records. Total of 9 inspections have been conducted on the property, and the violations still exist. I just had contact from the property manager who came to this hearing. He since left because he didn't have any rights to speak on the property, but he was in agreement that we're requesting a finding of fact that the violations exist, 28 days to come into compliance, or a fine of $50 per day for each violation.
All right. I find that each violation does exist. 28 days to comply, $50 per day thereafter.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 12, Inspector Karen Proto. Case number CE 22020431. Case address 2741 Northwest 16th Court. Owner Florine Blanc. Property posted 42822. Posted at City Hall 5/12/22.
Your Honor. Inspector Proto for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case number 22020431, address 2741 Northwest 16th Court. The property was inspected on 2/10/22, and the following violations were observed. 9-305 subsection A has complied. 9-305 subsection B complied. 9-280 subsection A subsection 1 complied. BCC-39275 subsection 6 subsection B. There's open air storage consisting of wood, ladders, cinder blocks, other equipment, crates, wheelbarrows, and other miscellaneous items which are prohibited in residential zoning districts. 18-1 has complied. 9-308 subsection A, the roof is not in good repair and is not waterproof or watertight. 9-306, the exterior of the building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains, missing, and peeling paint. 18-4C, subsection C has complied. An inspection report was issued on February 10th, 2022. I re-inspected the property on 3/30/22, and the violations remained. Notice of hearing was posted on 4/28/22, and as a pre-hearing inspection on 5/25/22, the violations remained as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 35 days or $25 a day thereafter for each violation.
Okay, I found that each violation does exist, 35 days to comply, $25 per day thereafter.
On page 13, case number CE 22020643 is complied. Our next case is on page 18. Inspector Roberto Meneses. Case number CE 22030794. Case address 1801 Southwest 12th Street. Owner near Yitchkit of Highland Lakes, Inc. Property posted 5/5/22. Posted at City Hall 5/12/22.
Got it. Thank you.
Inspector Roberto Meneses for community enhancement for the city of Fort Lauderdale. Case as read in. Property address is 1801 Southwest 12th Street. The property was first inspected on March 28th, 2022, and the following violations were observed. 1812-A, there is overgrowth, trash, and debris on this property or its well.
18-7A, there are doors, windows, or other openings broken, missing, or unsecured, so as to allow access to the interior or at this vacant property. A public nuisance, a nuisance notice was sent via certified mail on 3/29/2022. Property was re-inspected on 4/30/2022. Section 18-7A was complied on that date. A notice of hearing was posted on the property on 5/5/2022. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on May 19th, 2022, and shows that the violation 1812A still remains. The city is requesting 14 days to comply, of 50 per day after per violation, the one violation.
Okay, I find the violation exists, 14 days to comply, $50 per day thereafter.
On page 21, case number CE 22030165 is in compliance. Our next case is on page 22, Inspector Marco Aguilera, case number CE 22030064. Case address 3121 Southwest 20th Court, owner Kyle Barnett, property posted 5/6/22, posted at City Hall 5/12/22.
Reggie White, Code Compliance Supervisor for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case as read for Inspector Marco Aguilera. Senior Inspector Wilson Quintero requested an inspection to be conducted at the property. An inspection was conducted on the following day, on March 2nd, 2022. The driveway at the property was observed to be in a state of disrepair, having several large potholes and cracks. The property also had unpermitted outdoor storage of household items scattered throughout the front of the side yards, including but not limited to jugs, storage bins, shells, drums, etc. The landscape was also not in a neat and well-kept appearance. There was overgrowth of weeds throughout the property. A re-inspection was conducted on March 12, 2022. Property remained in violation. 4 more re-inspections were conducted prior to this hearing, and as of May 19, 2022, the property remains in violation as the photos depict. At this time, the city is requesting 28 days to come into compliance or be imposed a fine of $50 per day. 28 days for compliance or a fine of $50 per day.
Okay, I find the violations do exist, 28 days to comply, $50 per day thereafter.
Our next case is on page 23, case number CE 22030341, case address 2448 Bimini Lane, owners Kyle Nestor and Eileen Turner Nestor, property posted 5/6/22, posted at City Hall 5/12/22.
Reggie White, Code Compliance Supervisor for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting the case as read for Inspector Marco Aguilera at 2448 Bimini Lane. A complaint was received and an inspection was conducted the following day on March 9, 2022. The property was observed to have unpermitted outdoor storage of household items scattered throughout the front and side yards of the property, but not limited to jugs, storage bins, tires, etc. The landscape was also not in a neat and well-kept appearance. There was a boat trailer parked in the front yard as well. There's also a boat and trailer parked on the lawn of this residential property. A re-inspection was conducted on March 17, 2022. The property remained in violation. 5 more re-inspections were conducted prior to this hearing. As of May 19, 2022, the property remains in violation as the photos depict. At this time, the city is requesting 28 days to come into compliance or be imposed a fine of $50 per day.
I find that the violations do exist, 28 days to comply, $50 per day thereafter on each.
Our next case is on page 24. Case number CE 22030570, case address 2441 Cat K Lane, owner Linda Zabrowski, property posted 5/4/22, posted at City Hall 5/12/22.
Reggie White, co-compliance supervisor for the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting the case as read for Inspector Marco Aguilera for the property at 2441 Cat K Lane. A complaint was received and an inspection was conducted the following day on March 12, 2022. The exterior of the structure of the property was observed to be in a state of disrepair. The fascia, soffits, and exterior walls are damaged, rotting in some places, and missing paint or stained or discolored. The property also has plywood over the shutters of some windows of the structure without an active board-up permit. A re-inspection was conducted on March 23, 2022. The property remained in violation. 4 more inspections were conducted prior to this hearing. As of May 19, 2022, the property remains in violation as the photos depict. At this time, the city is requesting 28 days to come into compliance or be imposed a fine of $50 per day.
I find that the violations do exist, 28 days to comply, $50 per day thereafter.
Our next case is on page 26. Case number CE 22030997. Case address 1590 Southwest 31st Avenue. Owner Caesar Investment Group. Inspector Marco Aguilera. Property posted 5/7/22. Posted at City Hall 5/12/22.
Reggie White, co-compliance supervisor for the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting the case for Inspector Marco Aguilera at the property 1590 Southwest 31st Avenue. A complaint was received and an inspection was conducted the following day on March 23, 2022. The property was observed to have trash and debris scattered throughout the front and rear of the yard. The landscape was also not in a well-kept appearance and had areas of dead and missing ground cover in the front yard. A re-inspection was conducted on March 31st, 2022. The property remained in violation. 3 more re-inspections were conducted prior to this hearing as of May 19, 2022. The property remains in violation as the photos depict. At this time, the city is requesting 10 days to come into compliance or be imposed a fine of $50 thereafter.
Okay, I find that each violation does exist, 10 days to comply, $50 per day thereafter.
Our next case is on page 28. Case number CE 22020940. Case address 2424 Northeast 9th Street, number 305. Owner added Patricia Coate. The city is requesting to vacate the order imposing fines of April 28, 2022.
The request to vacate the order is granted.
Thank you. On page 28, case number CE 22030447. Case address 3170 Northwest 69th Court. Owner Kadeen Bird. This case was cited on 3/11/22 to comply by 3/26/22. One section complied at $200 per day. $8,000 accrued. The city is requesting full amount, and no appeal was received for the citation.
Okay, the city's request is granted.
Our next case is on page 29, case number CE 22030403. Case address 19 Northeast 16th Street, owner Chadwick Lee Maxey. This case was cited on 3/12/22 to comply by 3/27/22. One section complied at $200 per day. The city is requesting full amount and no appeal was received for the citation.
The city's request is granted.
On page 29, case number CE 22030451. Case address 1201 Bayview Drive, owner Christine George Ray and Garfield Ray. This case was cited on 3/11/22 to comply by 3/26/22. One section complied at $200 per day. $6,400 accrued. The city is requesting full amount be imposed and no appeal was received for the citation.
The city's request is granted.
Our next case is on page 30. Case number CE 22030474. Case address 5120 Northeast 17th Avenue. Owner Bruno Nacera and Gianluco Renetti. This case was cited on 3/12/22 to comply by 3/27/22. One section complied at $200 per day, $400 accrued. The city is requesting full amount be imposed and no appeal was received for the citation.
The request is granted.
Our next case on page 30, CE 22030492, case address 6351 Northeast 15th Avenue. Owners Charles and Mariner Murdoch. This case was cited on 3/12/22 to comply by 3/27/22. One section complied at $200 per day, $400 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and no appeal was received for the citation.
The request is granted.
Case number CE 22030553, case address 2709 Northeast 25th Court. Owner Anthony Weaver. This case was cited on 3/17/22 to comply by 4/1/22. One section complied at $200 per day, $400 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and no appeal was received for the citation.
Granted.
Case number CE 22030657 is closed. On page 31, case number CE 22030689, case address 2424 Northeast 9th Street, number 303. This case was cited on 3/31/22 to comply by 4/15/22. One section not complied at $200 per day, $8,200 accrued. The city is requesting full amount be imposed and no appeal was received for the citation.
Granted.
Case number CE 22031315, case address 2009 Southeast 24th Avenue, owner Nakamal LLC. This case was cited on 3/31/22 to comply by 4/15/22. One section complied at $200 per day, $3,200 accrued. The city is requesting full amount be imposed and no appeal was received for the citation.
The request is granted.
Case number CE 21080737, the city is requesting to vacate the order of October 15, 2021.
Request is granted.
Our next case is on page 32. Case number CE 22031204, case address 2525 Marathon Lane, owner 2525 Fort Lauderdale LLC. This case was cited on 3/29/22 to comply by 4/13/22. One section complied at $200 per day, $5,400 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and no appeal was received with the citation.
The request is granted.
Case number CE 22031274, case address 2929 Center Avenue, owner Tidewater Ventures LLC. This case was cited on 3/31/22 to comply by 4/15/22. One section complied at $200 per day, $1,800 accrued. The city is requesting full amount be imposed and no appeal was received for the citation.
The request is granted.
Case number CE 22030966, case address 1910 Northeast 7th Court, owner Saron Family Trust 2021, Norman Saron trustee. This case was cited on 3/23/22 to comply by 4/7/22. One section complied at $200 per day, $3,800 accrued. The city is requesting full amount be imposed and no appeal was received for the citation.
The city's request is granted.
On page 33, case number CE 211-10421, case address 1000 Northwest 52nd Street, owner Stephen D. Reese. This case was first heard on 3/8/22 to comply by 4/5/22, suspended 4/12/22 to 5/3/22. One section complied at $50 per day, $300 accrued, and the city is requesting $150.
The request is granted.
Case number CE 22030975, case address 1633 Northeast 16th Avenue, owner Saron Family Trust 2021, Norman Saron trustee. This case was cited on 3/23/22 to comply by 4/7/22. One section complied at $200 per day, $4,400 accrued. The city is requesting full amount be imposed and no appeal was received for the citation.
The city's request is granted.
Our next case is on page 34, case number CE 22030976, case address 1637 Northeast 16th Avenue, owner Saron Family Trust 2021, owner Norman Saron trustee. Case cited 3/23/22 to comply by 4/7/22. One section complied at $200 per day, $4,400 accrued. The city is requesting full amount be imposed and no appeal was received for the citation.
The request is granted.
Case number CE 22030536, case address 2725 Northeast 21st Avenue, owner Sergey Krasnavoski. This case was cited on 3/12/22 to comply by 3/12/22 and 3/13/22. One section complied at $200 per day, $1,200 accrued. One section complied at $250 per day, $250 accrued. A total of $1,450 accrued. The city is requesting full amount be imposed and no appeal was received for the citation.
The city's request is granted.
Case number CE 22030669, case address 5850 Northeast 22nd Avenue, owner Hanley Properties LLC. This case was cited on 3/16/22 to comply by 3/31/22. One section complied at $200 per day. $8,200 accrued. The city is requesting full amount be opposed, and no appeal was received for the citation.
The city's request is granted.
Case number CE 21090208, case address 1313 Northwest 11th Court, owner Sonia Harvin. This case was first heard on 3/24/22 to comply by 4/28/22. One section not complied at $25 per day, $700 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
The city's request is granted.
Case number CE 22010120, case address 235 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard has been continued. Case number CE 22010116, case address 239 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard has been continued. On page 36, case number CE 22010125, case address 227 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard has been continued.
The city's request is granted.
Our next case is on page 39. Case number CE 21050861, case address 501 Northwest 8th Avenue. Owner, Andrew Jimenez Revocable Trust, Andrew Jimenez Trustee. This case was first heard on 9/30/21 to comply by 10/14/21. There are two suspensions notated on the agenda. One section complied at $50 per day, $5,200 accrued, and the city is requesting no fines.
City's request is granted.
Our next case is on page 40, case number CE 21080948, case address 939 Northwest 16th Terrace, owner Diana Hanna. This case was first heard on 1/27/22 to comply by 3/31/22. Three sections not complied at $25 per day, $4,200 accrued. The city is requesting full amount fines continue to accrue.
Granted.
Our next case is on page 43, case number CE 22010174, case address 1952 Northwest 9th Avenue, owner Suntrax Corp. in care of Hadiga Hyder. This case was first heard on 3/24/22 to comply by 4/21/22. Four sections not complied at $50 per day, $7,000 accrued. The city is requesting full amount fines continue to accrue.
Granted.
Our next case on page 45. Case number CE 21090237, case address 1222 Northwest 23rd Terrace, owner Vera Parker. This case was first heard on 12/9/21 to comply by 4/7/22. One section not complied at $50 per day, $2,450 accrued. Seven sections complied at $50 per day, $2,700 is accrued. The city is requesting a 35-day extension and a stay of fines.
The city's request is granted.
Our next case is on page 49. Case number CE 22031123, case address 300 Royal Plaza Drive, owner Garrett Laughlin. This case was cited on 3/26/21 to comply by 3/26/21. Two sections complied at $200 per day. $400 accrued. This is requesting full amount be opposed, and no appeal was received for the citation.
The city's request is granted.
Our next case is on page 50. For case number CE 22030550, case address 2517 Cat K Lane. The city is requesting to vacate the order imposing fines of April 28, 2022.
The city's request is granted.
Our next case is on page 51. Case number CE 211-00287, case address 1000 Northwest 14th Street, owner Daisy Mosley. This case was first heard on 2/8/22 to comply by 4/12/22. Two sections not complied at $50 per day, $4,400 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
Granted.
On page 52, case number CE 21060765, case address 1609 Lauderdale Manor Drive. This case has been rescheduled.
The city's request is granted.
Case number CE 21110688, case address 1700 Northwest 15th Avenue, owner Afadar. This case was first heard on 3/24/22 to comply by 4/14/22. One section not complied at $25 per day. $1,050 accrued. The city is requesting full amount fines continue to accrue.
Granted.
On page 53, case number CE 211-00432 has been rescheduled.
Granted.
Our next case on page 54, case number CE 211-20072, Case address 1669 Lauderdale Manor Drive, owner Mania LLC. This case was first heard on 3/24/22 to comply by 4/14/22. 3 sections not complied at $50 per day, $6,300 accrued. The city is requesting full amount fines continue to accrue.
The city's request is granted.
Case number CE 211-00436, case address 1107 Northwest 11th Court, owner Dare Jor 1107 LLC. This case was first heard on 2/24/22 to comply by 4/7/22. 1 section not complied at $1,225. 1 section complied at $25 for $875. $2,100 accrued. The city is requesting full amount be imposed and fines continue to accrue on the non-compliant violation.
The city's request is granted.
Our next case is on page 56, case number CE 211-00488, case address 1219 Chateau Park Drive, owner 700 Sutherland LLC. This case was first heard on 2/24/22 to comply by 4/7/22. 4 sections not complied at $50 per day, $9,800 accrued. The city is requesting full amount fines continue to accrue.
Granted.
Our next case is on page 57, case number CE 211-10691. Case address 1553 Northwest 15th Avenue, owner 2771 LLC. This case was first heard on 3/24/22 to comply by 4/14/22. 1 section complied at $50 per day, $650 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount.
The city's request is granted.
Our next case is on page 58, case number CE 210900005, case address 1300 Northwest 14th Court, owner Duque Florida LLC. This case was first heard on 2/24/22 to comply by 3/31/22. 4 sections not complied at $50 per day. $11,200 accrued. The city is requesting full amount fines continue to accrue.
Granted.
On page 63. I'm sorry. On page 62, case number CE 211-00493, case address 1220 Northeast 3rd Street, number 103, owners Thomas and Gloria Sweeney and Michael Sweeney. This case was first heard on 3/24/22 to comply by 4/21/22. 1 section not complied at $25 per day. $875 has accrued, and this is a request for an extension.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Inspector Del Grasso for the city. The case and address are as read. Your Honor, I received an email from the contractor yesterday, and the they need about an additional 3 weeks to complete the work. So the city is recommending 28 days, or until June 23rd.
All right, we'll grant a 28-day extension and stay the fines as of this date.
Thank you, Your Honor.
On page 63, case number CE 220200436, case address 908 Northwest 13th Avenue, owner Miriam E. Shorter. The city is requesting to vacate the order for violation 9-305B only.
The city's request is granted.
The city is requesting to enter pages 66 and 67 into today's hearing. As an exhibit is the city's compliant, closed, withdrawn, and rescheduled cases.
Granted. What now?
This concludes the special magistrate hearing agenda for May 26, 2000.
Good evening.
The lien reduction agenda will begin in approximately 2 minutes.
Yeah, okay, that's all for the, okay, so we do, okay, 129. Okay, 5-minute recess. I don't think you're gonna be calling me tomorrow.
And we thank you for your patience. Welcome to the Special Magistrate Lien Reduction Agenda for May 26, 2022. If you wish to speak at today's proceedings, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear and/or affirm to speak at today's proceedings? Thank you so very kindly. Our first case is on page 1, case number CE11061515, case address 531 Southwest 27 Terrace. Owners Gwendolyn and Milton Copeland. This case has a total lien value of $15,800 and city direct cost of $717.61. And the city is in agreement with the applicant's offer of $7,000.
All right, sir, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, how are you?
And you are Milton Copeland?
Yes, sir, Reverend Copeland.
All right, Mr. Copeland, I appreciate your patience. You were probably here or scheduled for last week.
Yes, sir.
You have made an offer of $7,000. The city has accepted, recommended acceptance of that offer. I'm going to follow the city's recommendation and accept and approve your offer. Now, how much time do you need to pay that? 30 days?
Probably within the next week, next couple of days or something like that.
30 days, okay?
It'll be way before that time.
I'm sorry, I can't.
It will be before that time.
Okay, all right,
And the only
very
reason-
good, I got it, okay.
Can I make a,
I'm gonna say 30 days just to give you plenty of time. But note that if you don't pay the amount within 30 days, it reverts to the original amount and will not be eligible for any further reductions. All
can I
right,
make a statement to you?
that's it, thank you.
Can I make a statement? to
You'll
you?
get an order in the mail.
Okay.
All right,
He's asking, can he make a statement, Your Honor?
okay. Oh, yes, ma'am, yes, sir.
Okay, when I made that statement and when I was with Miss Drake in the office at that time, she said to me, she says, what do you think would be a reasonable, amount to be paid? And being who I am and like to keep my property in compliance and keep everything, in order, in compliance, that's why I made that $7,000, offer to that. But if that's what if that's what it is, that's what it's gotta be. But I made that offer based on, she's saying, is there an amount that you feel that's suitable other than that?
All right.
That's why I made that $7,000 offer like that, not to be where I just have that to put out like that, but I didn't want to be to a point where people will think I'm just being ignorant to the fact of saying, I make it $2,000 when the original bill was $1,200 and change. That's why I made that offer of $7,000
Okay.
to that fact.
Yeah, because, but it's less than half of your original fines. So-
That is correct.
Okay,
That is correct.
all right, so, all right, I appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Now, who do I make that to, payable?
You'll get instructions in the mail.
Because the mortgage company that I'm to get a new finance, they're just waiting on the report so that they can send it over to the title company.
You can contact me, Monique Drake.
Okay, I'll sit.
Email me or.
I don't know how to email you, but I'll either do that or come down to the office to see you.
Right, tomorrow morning would be good.
Okay, I got the guys I told you my windows gonna be putting in, so they're there working on my house, but I'll slip out in the morning to come down to see you.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you very kindly. Have a blessed day.
Thank you.
All right.
Our next case is on page 2. Case number CE19120667. Case address 748 North 22nd Road. Owner Jazz Bar Homes LLC. This case has a total lien value of $8,400 and city direct cost of $1,001.55. And the city is requesting $3,360.
All right, sir, if you'll state your name for the record.
Ricardo Abreu.
All right, just give me 1 second. I have my notes here. First of all, what kind of property is this? Is this a duplex, triplex, or I can't tell what it is from.
No, sir. It's a commercial building. It's a commercial building.
It's a commercial building, all right.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, if you'll try to keep your voice up, I get a lot of background noise up here.
Understood.
Okay, so it's a commercial building. You purchased this at auction. Total liens are $8,400. You had offered hard cost. The city had recommended $3,360. You were out of compliance for around 42 days. What are you going to do with this?
Sir, with the building, the building has been sold.
Oh, it has been
We're no
sold.
longer owners.
It's been sold?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It's been very difficult
All right.
to.
Was funds escrowed at the time of closing?
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay. Hang on 1 second. 42 days. Okay, all right, considering all of the factors, case number CE 19120667, I'm going to grant your request to reduce the amount of the lien from $8,400 to $3,368. I assume that since it's being, funds are held in escrow, that can be paid within 30 days.
Yes, sir.
If not paid within 30 days, we'll revert to the original amount and not be eligible for any further reductions.
Understood.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Our next case is on page 5. Case number CE 211-20512. Case address 2554 Key Largo Lane, owner Benjamin Clifford. This case has a total lien value of $5,400 and city direct cost of $315.48. The city is requesting $2,700, and this originally was an appeal in which citation in which no appeal was received.
Okay, give me just 1 moment. Sir, are you Benjamin Clifford?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I believe we appealed asking for just the original $300 fine.
I'm sorry?
I believe, didn't we appeal asking for the original $300 fine? Is that not on the table anymore?
Your offer is $300.
Yes.
Right. The city also makes a request as well.
Okay, I got you.
Okay, hang on a second. Yeah, I see that, but when you signed the application, you acknowledged that the minimal amount would be $315.48.
Okay.
Okay, so that's the lowest that it can go.
Okay.
And the total lien was $5,400. City's requesting $2,700. This was a citation with no appeal. I'm looking at, hang on, give me just a minute. We have a large agenda. Some of these aren't, I'm going to need to come back. Okay, this is vacation. All right, sir. Anything else you'd like to add?
Yeah, so basically, at the time of the violation, the property was not being used as a vacation rental. It's no longer being used as a vacation rental. I bought the property in 2018 with the intention of it being a vacation home, but using vacation rental to kind of supplement it. I'm not like an investor who has a bunch of these properties. This is my only one in town. So as I came down more and got to know the neighbors and, you know, kind of found out some of the problems with the vacation rentals, we decided in 2021 to take it off the market at the end of the year. So I have all the proof that that I forwarded to the property manager, who kept it in compliance in 18, 19, 20, 21. They did a good job keeping it in compliance, that I was taking it off the market. So we have no rentals in 2022, but that's when they came around and gave me the fines. Because I don't know, they just assumed we were still renting it, but it's no longer, it's just a vacation home.
Out of compliance at 27 days, okay. You purchased the property.
The last renter was before Christmas of 2021. It has not been rented since.
27 days. Okay, all right. See.
So we intentionally let those permits expire.
Okay, all right, sir. In case number CE 21120512, I'm going to grant your request for a lien reduction. And reduce the amount to $1,000, okay? Is 30 days sufficient to pay that amount?
Yes, sir.
Okay, if not paid within 30 days, reverts to the original amount and is not eligible for any further reductions.
Okay. Since this is my primary residence, will they mail that information to this property, or can I give you my primary residence?
I will mail and email all of the orders.
Okay, email's fine.
Get an order in the mail.
All right, great. Thank you.
Our next cases are on page 6. Case number CE21080058. Case address 3325 Northeast 14th Court. Owner Carol Storms. This case has a total lien value of $33,200 and city direct costs of $407.48. The city is requesting $16,600. I'm sorry, hold on one second.
Okay. And I assume you're Carol Storms.
The one and only.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I wasn't.
Good afternoon, Ms. Storms.
Thank you. Good afternoon to you.
Yes, there are 3 cases. Oh, fine, excellent.
Back to the first case, case number CE21080058. This case has a total lien value of $33,200 and city direct cost of $407.48. The city is amending its request to $4,000 for this case. Case number CE21120220. Case address 3325 Northeast 14th Court. Owner Carol Storms. This case has a total lien value of $10,000 and city direct cost of $315.48. The city is amending its request to $2,000. Case number CE21120679. Case address 3325 Northeast 14th Court. Owner Carol Storms. This case has a total lien value of $105,000 and city direct cost of $781.61. And the city is amending its request to $10,000.
All right.
I have my notes that I'd like to share. She amended the city's request, so 4,000 for this, 2,000 for this, and 10,000 for this one. You can hang on to that.
Okay. All right. Good. Okay. All right. Well, this is another factor. Ma'am, I'm going to let you say what you want to say. When I read your file, which is rather lengthy. I was a little bit amazed. You own this property, you rented it out.
A real estate agent brought, my home was listed for sale, for rent. And Castilli Realty, which is one of the highest valued, best real estate companies here
Okay.
in South Florida. brought-
Is this your main home?
No, never has been. This is my first time with this experience with a real estate agent that brought quote unquote a qualified renter to my home. And no one knew what their intention was to do these vacation rentals. And if it wasn't for my code inspector, Patrice Jolly, who was extremely helpful in this matter, I don't know what would have happened. Once we found out what they were doing, I immediately contacted the code inspector to stay in touch with me, and I have the whole entire timeline. When I researched the tenants that were occupying my home, Your Honor, I found that they had a domestic violence case and a civil lawsuit by a lady, a homeowner just like myself, who was trying to get them out of her home. So I guess when that case had wrapped up, then they were at my home. And that's when Inspector Jolly had shared with me, Carol, be very mindful of the people you're dealing with. So I would try each month to try to explain to them they have to have a vacation rental license, and you need to get your license, or you have to leave. So I have the entire timeline of all the actions that I was taking, highest consideration on getting them out of my house, but because of the aggressive attitude and threats to me, it was very difficult as a single businesswoman. So you have to sometimes, be mindful of your life and of the status of your home. And if it wasn't for Patrice Jolly, who worked with me very diligently, and all the folks at the city here have been terrific, and I would email them and express, my hardship, and I need to get the people out, and we finally were able to get them out. I attended the magistrate meeting in October. I kept in contact with our inspector, and we finally were able to get them out. I had an eviction letter, and it finally worked, but I can share with you emails and just the attitude and the aggression. And sometimes, Your Honor, you have to place the value of your home or your life. And again, I can't express my highest appreciation to Inspector Jolly.
Okay.
He was right there with me, 100%. And that's what I have, all the notes.
But let's go back. I'm gonna let you say what you want to say.
Okay.
But you said this is not your home. It's never been your home.
It's not my homesteaded home.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not homesteaded. It's
Okay.
yeah.
Did you buy this as investment property?
Well, the history of it was my father, before he passed away, but years and years ago, it was the intention of him to buy the home with his wife died. So then he asked me, why don't we just have it rented until, to pay the bills.
Okay.
So he's passed away.
So you inherited the home?
I'd say quote unquote, if you want to say that, yes.
Okay.
So I then hired the real estate agent, who then,
Okay.
this just happened, like I said, last year.
Is there a
I've never-
mortgage on the home?
We have expenses, let's put it this way.
Okay.
That's why I did a rental, so therefore we can pay the
All right,
expenses.
but you
And I thought it would be a good
Okay,
opportunity.
but I guess the first step was you had tenants in there, and then you allowed those tenants to rent this out as vacation.
No, as an annual lease.
I'm sorry?
As a lease, they signed a year lease.
Okay, they signed a lease.
Yeah.
Okay. But under the terms of the lease, were they allowed to then use it as a vacation home?
That, unfortunately, that was their objective. And as soon as we found out, that's when I asked them, do you have the proper, valid license? And they said that they did, and over and over and over. I said, well, where is it? You need to present it. So this is
Okay.
why I worked with Inspector Jolly to try to get these people to comply.
Okay, but then by the time you got the third citation,
Well, what I found out, Your Honor, was that they were in compliance, it was shut down. Then Inspector Jolly would say, guess what? Now they opened up whatever they're doing. Then they would shut it down. So here I am at the mercy of these individuals.
Well-
And I would try to express my dissatisfaction, but again, you're dealing with very aggressive people. And that's why I had to really rely on Inspector Jolly to help me to get them to get out of the house.
okay.
And we finally
Did you
did.
file a legal action?
I finally put an eviction notice, and they finally complied. But it took time to get them to understand you have to leave. It's not a joke.
Okay.
But you have to remember who you're dealing with. And Inspector Jolly, I mean, he's not here, but he can vouch for you, all the communication, everything I did.
Okay, so,
I'm just asking.
okay, but then by the time you got the third receipt,
I didn't know about it. I came into the magistrate meeting and Inspector Jolly said, guess what? You have another violation.
okay.
He said, don't even tell me. I don't want to know anymore. Again,
All right, anything else you'd like to add, ma'am? I hope this has been a good lesson to.
oh, you have no idea. I have been so upset. I don't wish this on anybody. And what I'm wondering, Your Honor, because I know you have, the city has a lot of different associations or board meetings. I would wish that maybe under the vacation rental license umbrella, that I wouldn't mind being part of a task force, that if there is a red flag from a person that the city already knows about, that it's in their database, and that if a real estate agent or a homeowner were to go in it, they say, oh, don't even engage in a business relationship with these particular people, because Inspector Jolly already knew them. So when he saw them at my house, he said, oh my God, this is a mess. He was already on the case with the lady who had filed a domestic violence case, which I can give you the case and the civil
Okay.
case.
And you realize that the city initially had made certain recommendations as to what the fine should be, and they revised those again, substantially downward.
Yeah, I just know this is my first time here, and I hope it's my last time. And
I hope so for
I
your
hope
sake.
that people never have to go through what I've had to go through.
Okay, all right. Ma'am, I again was quite puzzled by how this whole thing came about and how your tenants were able to do this. And then by the time you get your third,
Because of all the threats.
third violation, you know, you're categorized as a repeat offender.
I
and
know, it's
so-
terrible.
Okay, ma'am.
People you're trying to get out, and again, if it wasn't for our code inspector,
Okay.
he really stayed on top of the situation.
Okay. Ma'am, I'm gonna accept the recommendations of the city that were revised recently, okay? In case number CE 210-80058, I'm gonna grant your petition to reduce the lien from $33,200 to $4,000, okay? CE 21-120220, I'm gonna reduce the lien from $10,000 to $2,000, okay? CE 21120679, I'm going to reduce the lien from $105,000 to $10,000. So that is $16,000 total. Now, how much do you need time to pay that amount?
At least 2 months. I mean, nobody who has
You need 60 days?
at least.
Okay, I'm gonna give you 90 days, okay? I'm gonna give you 90 days, but remember, if it's not paid within 90 days, it reverts to the original amounts and it will not be eligible for any further reduction.
And in the meantime, when do you close this terrible situation?
I'm sorry.
When do you close the lien, or when do you release the lien?
It'll automatic, once payment is made, it'll all be taken care of in normal course.
Okay, so, alrighty, so you need the money and then you release it. So until it's released,
You'll get an order in the mail with payment instructions.
Yes, and I will email all that information to you. Your lien will be released 4 to 6 weeks after you make payment.
okay, well, let me, figure
Okay,
things out here.
thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for your time, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 5. Case number CE 21050588. Case address 2150 Tanbark Lane. Owner Andrew Demme. This case has a total lien value of $7,200 and city direct cost of $590.95, and the city is requesting $3,600.
All right, sir. If you'll state your name for the record, please.
Andrew Demme.
All right, sir. I recall this case. I reviewed your entire file. I have notes here. You purchased this house in 2003,
Yes, sir.
and it's under contract currently for sale.
It was sold on Friday.
It was sold on Friday. Okay.
I was originally scheduled for.
Okay. All right. Now, was the property in foreclosure?
The property's been the source of substantial litigation for the last 5 years. So the short answer to your question is yes, but there's been substantial litigation, ongoing litigation with the property.
Okay, that was the foreclosure.
The short answer to your question is yes, it has been in foreclosure for almost 5 years.
All right. Okay. And how much did you sell the property for?
1.1.
Okay. Yes, I see that. I see that from my note. Okay. Anything else you would like to add? I recall the case clearly. I reviewed the entire file.
Okay. Yes, Your Honor. There's a couple of mitigating circumstances. When Manny Diaz or Garcia, I forget his last name, he came to my house the day of the infraction. He came to the house the day of the infraction. I spoke to him. We immediately ceased painting the boat. Okay. I have a signed affidavit from the gentleman that was doing the work that it was only one day. So I spoke to Manny and told him we're done. We're not doing it anymore. He said, okay. Apparently I didn't follow the appropriate administrative rule that I have to appeal or do something, but I thought the matter was finished and resolved with speaking with Manny in the front yard of my house. My street, Tanbark Lane, is no stranger to this room, as you well know. If there had been any further infraction on my part, the city certainly would have been called and notified, and there were no further calls. Tanbark Lane is one of the most active code enforcement streets in the entire city, and my neighbors, the vessel was facing the front of my neighbor's house, and indeed, if there was any further painting, they would have heard about it. The fact that Mr. Diaz states that he came by in future visits via the New River, And he said there's a ladder on the boat, there's this, there's that, but that's no indication of any further work being done. The work stopped immediately. So this is a administrative glitch on my part that apparently I was under the impression when I spoke to Manny that it was a resolved deal. And like I said, I have a notarized affidavit from the gentleman that was doing the paint work. I clearly admit.
Who is the affidavit from?
The affidavit is from the gentleman that was painting the boat.
Oh, okay. All right. Was that included in the application package you made?
Yeah, but I was told just to bring it here.
Okay, all right. I will look at it and consider it.
Thank you, sir.
Ferguson, okay.
I had two, so yeah.
Civil citation.
I don't know if this might be the original. Doesn't matter.
No further spray painting. Okay, we're going to make this a part of the record.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Anything further, sir?
I did sell my residence. Unfortunately, due to my circumstances personally and professionally, I did not receive $1 from this sale. And Ms. Drake could attest to that. But so I'd asked for leniency. I made an offer, I think, of $500. That would represent 2 days worth of fines. I only did this one day.
Okay. You're not netting anything out of the sale?
Your Honor, I did not walk away with $1.
Okay. All right. But I'm sure there's money in escrow to cover this amount.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right.
All the junior lien holders took massive reductions on this case in order for me to get it closed prior to the foreclosure sale. This is a very, very complicated case. It involves the Department of Justice and so on and so forth. So I would ask for extreme leniency so that these funds could be, they're not coming to me, so they could be dispersed accordingly.
It won't come to you regardless.
Not one thin dime.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Okay, sir. Here's what I'm going to do. Case number CE 2105058A. I'm going to grant your request to reduce the lien amount, and I'm going to reduce the amount to $3,600. Okay. Since it's in escrow, I'm assuming that can be paid within 30 days?
Yes, sir.
All right. If not paid within 30 days, we'll revert to the original amount, not be eligible for any further reductions.
I'm not in control of those funds, Your Honor. I am not in control of those funds. They're in escrow, and the lady at the title company.
You'll get an order in the mail. And
yes.
You can give it to the title company, the attorney, or whoever's holding it.
Correct.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Have a nice day.
You too.
Our next case is on page 4. Case number CE 1805243, case address 1501 Northwest 8th Avenue. Owner Michael Gruber and Islande Yu. This case has a total lien value of $40,700 and city direct cost of $1,001.55, and the city is requesting $16,280.
Give me just 1 second, sir. I recall the case, but I did make review your application. Fines to 0. Okay. All Okay, sir, if you'll state your name, please.
Mike Gruber.
And, sir, I've read your application. I've read your entire file. You purchased this property back in 2017, correct?
Correct.
All right. Was there a mortgage on the property? Did you
Yes.
finance the payments?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And did you live in the house?
No, it's rented.
Oh, this was investment property, yes, I see here. This was,
Correct.
you brought this as investment.
Correct.
Are you renting it out?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, I've read your application, but go ahead and add anything you would like to.
Yeah, in regards to all the violations, most of them I was in compliance with, and I was working with the code enforcement officer. He was here earlier, and tried to bring the especially the ground covering. That's what dragged most of this on. Okay, I wanted to put artificial turf. They didn't want that, and I couldn't afford to put a sprinkler system because both of the air conditioned unit, plus there was other repairs that needed to be done, which I did. I put in impact windows, and it's scheduled for impact doors. So a lot of this dragged on as a result. So other than that,
this is an apartment?
Duplex.
Duplex, that's what
Correct.
I thought. Okay. 'Cause the deed showed that you lived in 1 and 2. Apartments 1 and 2, or A and B, I don't remember. That was the address given on the deed, but regardless, go ahead. But you never lived there.
No.
Okay.
And in regards to most of these violations, I mean, the garbage can being left out, that has to do with we've spoken with the tenants to retrieve them repeatedly, and finally I had to, provide some persuasion for that. The parking lot, the mailbox, and all that other stuff, those were already taken care of, and I was in compliance.
Okay. Did you live in Miami?
Correct.
All right, because that's the address listed on the property appraiser's paperwork as being your mailing address. So that's where any notices would have gone, to 20617 Northwest 12th Avenue, Miami.
That's
Is that
where it should have
you
gone.
live?
Correct.
All right, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so, and again, the house number not clearly being, those are all taken care of immediately. And most of it dragged on, mostly because of ground covering, and I couldn't afford a sprinkler system at the time to get natural, grass. So, Your Honor, I'm just asking for leniency in terms of the fines are concerned. 16,000, that's a lot.
Okay, so you still own the property now?
Correct.
You have tenants leasing the property?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Okay, anything else you'd like to add, sir?
No,
I mean,
the whole time I've submitted 2 lien reduction applications when there were papers, and nothing. And prior to that, like I said, I made every attempt to be in compliance with the city of Fort Lauderdale. So.
okay. All right, sir. All right, sir. Case number CE 180524993. I'm going to grant your request to reduce the lien amount from $40,700. I'm going to reduce the amount to administrative cost of $1,001.55. That's as low as I'm allowed to go.
Sounds good.
All right, so you got a huge break today that needs to be paid within 30 days. If not paid within 30 days, we'll revert to the $40,000 amount and not be eligible for any further reductions.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
See your email.
Our next case is on page 5, case number CE 21050.
You'll get an order in the mail with all the instructions on it.
All right, thank you.
I'm sorry, our next case is on page 5, case number CE 21050-446. Case address 1525 Northeast 2nd Avenue, owner David Ardeline. This case has a total lien value of $17,600 and city direct cost of $450.95, and the city is requesting $8,800. This was a citation that no appeal was received.
All right, sir, are you David Ardeline?
I'm not. Randy Rose on behalf of David Ardeline.
Okay, all right. Okay, I recall this case. I've read the file and I've read the application. And anything you'd like to add?
Just, Your Honor, that my client was active in trying to resolve the violation. They kept in touch with code enforcement throughout the process. There were a couple of contractors who failed to perform in a timely fashion, but in an effort to save money, he had run on some hard times, so he was overseeing compliance, and eventually he got the everything done on the checklist. It just took a little longer, but again, he stayed in touch with the city, informed them of his progress. At no time more than 2 to 3 weeks did he ever go out of communication with a code enforcement officer. Everything was resolved. This is a single-family residence that he was forced to bring into.
He seems to have had a lot of other distractions during this time, too.
He did.
Okay.
He did. Not to mention just the macro nature of it with COVID and all the craziness going on in 2021.
Okay.
So we would ask leniency just based on his good faith attempts to accomplish the objective as soon as possible, and indeed finishing everything the city required as of September 1st of last year.
Okay. All right. So, all right. I'm ready to rule. Case CE 21050-446. I'm going to grant your petition to reduce the amount of the lien. I'm going to reduce the lien to $1,000, okay, which is not much more than administrative cost. Okay. Can that your client pay that within 30 days?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. If they're not paid within 30 days, we'll revert to the original amount and not be eligible for any further reductions.
Understood, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next cases are on pages 7, 8, and 9.
Oh, boy.
On page 7, there's case number CE 09020114, case address 3780 Southwest 14th Street, owner AMH1 LLC. This case has a total lien value of $57,600. City direct cost of $751.13. The city is requesting $17,280. On page 8, case number CE 100-72011, case address 3780 Southwest 14th Street, owner AMH1 LLC. This case has a total lien value of $3,450 and city direct cost of $509.40. The city is requesting $1,035. Case number CT 140108878, case address 3780 Southwest 14th Street, owner AMH1 LLC. This case has a total lien value of $89,900 and city direct cost of $2,015.40. The city is requesting $26,670. Case number CE 180705449, case address 3780 Southwest 14th Street. Owner AMH1 LLC. This case has a total lien value of $47,600. City direct cost of $633.55. City is requesting $14,280. On page 9, case number CE 190700093, case address 3780 Southwest 14th Street, owner AMH1 LLC. Total lien value of $9,200. City direct cost of $686.21. City is requesting $2,760. The city would like to place on the record, this property has 13 additional cases, with hard costs totaling $24,108.75, which are non-negotiable and are due.
All right, okay. Sir, just for the record, would you state your name, please?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mark Hollander.
All right, I'm sorry, say again.
Mark Hollander.
All right, okay. Now, there are 13 other cases that are pending, or? Okay, so those are other properties, okay.
Your Honor, it's the same property. What those are costs that were incurred by the city.
They're
So
the
because
same property.
Yes, because they were hard costs.
Got it.
Yeah. Such as lot clearings and demolition bills, those types of things.
All right. Okay, let me look at my notes just 1 second, because this was a long one. This is KL. All right, I recall the case. I recall your application, and you had a contract to purchase this property, okay? And you tried to close, and then the seller tried to back out, right? And
It's a little more complicated. I could give you the
Okay,
history that
go ahead.
dates back. Okay, so this goes back to August 1st of 2017, when I met a lady by the name of Linda Ho. Can you hear me okay?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. So I met a woman by the name of Linda Ho. We went under contract with her. When we were doing the title work came back that there was a missing signature from the previous owner, which was Francis Reynolds. She produced a new quitclaim deed. When I showed it to an FBI signature specialist, he said it was forged. I alerted law enforcement. Law enforcement said, we understand she has a criminal record. I didn't know Linda Ho. I met her one time through an agent. She had a criminal record. They said, listen, she has other things pending. She was eventually incarcerated. We alerted, I had never met Francis Reynolds. I had to hire a service to find her. She was, we believe it was elder abuse, and she was taken advantage of. These two were friends. They were probably in cahoots together. The litigation was started back in 2017. It ended at the beginning of 2021. Both Judge Bowman and Judge Bidwell agreed with my assessment that I thought that Mrs. Reynolds was taken advantage of. I'm happy to report Mrs. Reynolds was paid for the property. It was reverted back to her after it was stolen from her. So no good deed goes unpunished. 4+ years of litigation. I've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to maintain the property. And the $88,000 violation that was mentioned, a lot of violations were mentioned, was for an offense that Linda Ho put up. She did not apply for a permit. She took adverse possession, and I'm happy to report, the only thing I can report to you today, other than that I'm happy that this is going to come to an end at some point. As much as I like talking to the office, and Ms. Drake is incredible to deal with because she gets back to you all the time in emails and phone calls, and she's amazing at her job. I'm looking forward to this ending. This has been a nightmare, but I'm happy to report that, like the city had dealt with a couple weeks ago, where they broke up a ring of people stealing properties, that's what happened to Miss Reynolds, and we were able to intervene, and she got paid.
So you had all this litigation over this property that, I mean,
it's uninhabited.
What is the property? It looks like it's shuttered. Is it commercially zoned?
It's residential.
That's right.
It was an illegal 5-plex, which is really a 4-unit building. Even the city has it wrong. It's not 5 units. It was not that in the original plans, which were pulled.
Okay. So while this litigation is going on, these fines are accruing. And according to the financial balance sheet, your client, I mean, is not in great financial shape. So they're fighting to get this piece of property that, I'm not a real estate investor. Doesn't look like it has a lot of potential to me.
They were pot committed. That was the problem. They thought they were getting involved in something that it wasn't, and I got involved at some point to try to help them. I originally found the property, but I was basically duped by Linda Ho, and then found myself committed to try to get Miss Reynolds her property back, which we did. The problems were all Miss Ho, who was incarcerated. She put illegal fences up. She didn't maintain the property, but we've been cutting the grass and maintaining it. Even before we took possession, we made sure that the debris was picked up. I can tell you that it's going to be a beautiful, when it's done. We just got construction permits, and construction will start in the next couple weeks.
All right.
It's going to be great for the city. They'll be getting more revenue, and I'm just hoping that we could try to get things down to administrative costs, since we're so deep.
Well, I've got to decide how to do something with all of these fines and all of these administrative costs. I added up, just roughly dropping pennies, that there's about $4,600 in administrative cost that are on the agenda today. Okay? And there's $24,108.75 in administrative cost in other cases on the same property. I can't go below that, okay? Assuming that I granted every reduction and reduced it to administrative cost on the things that are on the agenda today, okay? That's, that's pushing $29,000. How long would it take your client to pay that?
We could pay it within 30 days.
All right.
And I appreciate that you went to the lowest portion. I can't ask for more, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'd like to, but I can't.
I'm going to simplify my ruling then. I'm going to grant each petition on today's agenda and impose administrative cost of approximately $4,600, payable within 30 days, but also payable within 30 days. And I don't know if you have a list of this. I can give it to you right now. but it's a total of 24,108.75 cents.
What was that amount, sir?
24,108.75 cents. Okay, so all of those two figures, the 24 plus that I just gave you, and about $4,600. Okay. Well, I got $94, dropping the pennies. Okay, all right. So good. All paid within 30 days. Okay. Now, if not paid within 30 days, will revert to the original amount and not be eligible for any further reductions, because you've got huge amounts just on the agenda today. So I'm wishing you and your client good luck with this project. And that's my ruling. You'll get an order in the mail.
From one mark to another, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Ms. Drake, if you can populate that bill, I'd be happy to pay it. I can pay it online. Or
I can invoice them at the earliest tomorrow.
you're amazing.
You're welcome.
This is an asset to the city.
Oh, I'm telling you, we don't miss a trick around here.
I mean, she's probably tired of hearing from me, but she's amazing. I wish I had people like that worked for me.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, we have three. I see Miss Crush has been sitting there very patiently most of the day.
Yes, Ms. Crush is an asset to the city.
And we have Miss Glover, is that right? And who else? Who's Miss Glover?
Our next case is on page 3.
All right, can we call Miss Glover on page 7? Or did that mess up your system?
Not a problem. Our next case is on page 7. Case number CE 1901041. Case address 3540 Southwest 12th Place. Owner Sabrina Hodges. This case has a total lien value of $9,900. City direct cost of $719.95. The city is requesting $3,960.
All right, you just state your name for the record, please.
Hello, my name is Sabrina Glover Hodges.
All right. Ma'am, I recall your case. I have read your application, and you got yourself kind of into a mess here. Wooden fence, asphalt, city's recommendation, and you, is this the one? No, okay. No, it's not. It's K. Okay. And you work for the school board?
Yes, sir. I work for Broward County School Board at Dillard Elementary.
Okay. Anything else you'd like to add, ma'am?
Yes, sir, Your Honor, and thank you. I think it was lack of communication. I had the what is it called? Come by to do an inspection. Yes, the code officer. I called her because I didn't have knowledge of what she was speaking about outside. I was going through an abusive divorce at the time, so I asked her to come out and show me what was needed to be done. And I also take care of my elderly mother. So I leave home at 6:30 in the morning, come home about at 9 after practice with the kids. And she came out and she told me what needed to be done, and I left her with my phone number. So she told me once I completed it, give her a call. I gave her a call, and she stated that she would come by and see, and if it was not in compliance, that she would text me or call me back. I never received anything from her, Your Honor, so I was under the impression that what I did was correct. And come to find out it wasn't, which caused me to get fined up to $50 a day. And far as notices, I literally had to go put a restraining order on my ex-husband because he was stealing the mail and stuff out of the mailbox. He even stole my passport and a couple other things that caused me financial hardship. And again, I'm a single mother of 2 kids. and I also take care of my students in the classroom. So, yes, in good favor, I'm asking for a reduction.
Okay, so you offered a little more than administrative cost, so, to resolve this issue.
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Okay, Ms. Glover, case number CE 19010421. I'm going to grant your request to reduce the lien from $9,900, and I'm going to accept your offer of $876.
Thank you
You
so
pay
much.
that within 30 days?
Yes, Your Honor.
If not paid within 30 days, we'll revert to the original amount and not be eligible for any further reductions.
Okay, yes, sir.
To you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. And thank you, ladies.
Okay.
Our next case is on page 3.
3. Okay, all right.
Case number CE 07021615. Case address 1040 Northeast 9th Avenue, owner Westgami Properties LLC. This case has a total lien value of $254,240. City direct cost of $1,794.24.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
The city is amending its request to $20,000.
Okay, ma'am, state your name for the record.
My name is Julietta Horner.
All right, Ms. Horner, I recall your case very, very well. Okay, so you got into investing in real estate after a divorce.
Yes.
Using your IRA funds.
Yes.
All right, and I know you spent substantial amount of money to fix up the property. Opened under the previous owner, but you. Hang on one second. I want to make sure I got the right case here. So this is in essence investment property for you.
Yes, it is. It is my retirement money that I purchased the property. This property was in foreclosure. I purchased in 2014. It's 7 years prior to that, the property, I think they made some remodeling without the permits. I'm sorry. So when I got the property, I fixed it up and I did what I could. I am just, I was at that time a preschool teacher.
All right.
And now
Apartments?
well, now I am semi-retired, a preschool teacher, preschool.
You sold the property.
No, I
Is that what
didn't
you
sell anything.
Okay, but how many,
I didn't sell anything.
okay, how many apartments are in here?
Oh, this is a duplex, 2 apartments.
It's okay, so
Yeah, it's a duplex.
and
It's not
you-
for
you
sale.
Rent these out for income.
Yeah, well, I just started renting actually a few months ago because it was because of all these issues that I had for years and years, which Ms. Drake knows about that. I work very hard on the property to put it, to put it and remodel everything under the code. It was one after another problem and after another problem. And finally, I was able to rent it this year. And it's explained in the letter. I think it's 2 pages because since it was my trust, all the information was sent to them, and there was a lot of misunderstanding. And actually, when I was fixing up the property, I got another case, which I have two cases, no? One case is the one that's the case 07021615. That's one case. But the other case that it was open to me was another one that it was closed in 2018, because that's the one that I did without the permit, that I fixed it up, and I worked very hard on that, and I was able to close. And finally, they gave me the CEO now this year. It's explained on the letter because it has the case number, the 07021615, and that was accumulating the fines, which I didn't do none of those things 7 years prior to when I purchased the property in 2014. And the other case that it was the 7060261. That case, it was closed in 2018, and I have the paper. I think it is there. The case was closed, and I got my certificate of occupancy. I finished. I did whatever I could to put the property up to code, and I am here for the reduction.
All right, okay. And, ma'am, I'm going to go ahead and rule. It's in case CE 07021615. I'm going to grant. Hang on a sec. Were you and your seller in litigation?
No.
No lawsuit?
No, nothing.
Okay, all right.
Absolutely nothing.
All right. Okay, so you had offered a little bit more than administrative cost. So I'm going to grant your request to reduce the lien amount. And I'm going to reduce it to $2,500, okay? Can you pay that within 30 days?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Payable within 30 days. If not paid within 30 days, it's going to revert to the original amount and not be eligible for any further reductions.
Okay.
All right? You'll get an order in the mail.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So, Ms. Drake, I do that tomorrow?
I will mail and email the orders when they're signed next week. You can make payments starting, hopefully tomorrow. I can get that.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Very much.
Good luck to you, ma'am. Miss Crush, you may step forward.
Our next cases are on page 1. The first one is case number CE 16040410. Case address 4 South Gordon Road, owner Los Olas Vacation House LLC. This case has a total lien value of $73,000 and city direct cost of $1,105.81. The city is in agreement with the applicant's offer of $7,300.
Okay, which one do we have? 4 South Gordon Road? Well, that's what I was going to do anyway, so, okay. So I'm going to make this easy for you. Case number CE 16040410. I'm going to grant the request to reduce the lien and accept the applicant's offer of $7,300.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
All right. Now, how long to pay? 30 days.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you know, if you don't pay within, the client doesn't pay within 30 days, it reverts to the original amount, will not be eligible for any further reduction.
Understood, Your Honor.
All right, now we have one more.
Yes, on page 1, case number CE 18101860. Case address 601 Southwest 17th Street, owner C4 Navigator LLC. This case has a total lien value of $93,500 and city direct cost of $1,588.52. The city is amending its request to request $2,000.
Okay.
This one, the city's request is amended to $2,000.
I'm sorry, say again, on this one?
Yeah, $2,000 is the city's.
City's request is now $2,000. Okay. Can you live with that? Okay. All right. Okay. Case number CE 1810. Start over. CE 18101-860. I'm going to grant the application to reduce the amount of the lien to $2,000, payable within 30 days.
Yes, thank you.
Paid
Thank you.
within 30 days will revert to the original amount.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Okay, and by the way,
Yes, sir.
I got the email that you sent me on, I think it's the Top Hat
It's
parking lot.
It's not the Top Hat, it's the Barker's Pet Resort.
Oh, the Barkers, yes, the Barkers.
Can I conclude this hearing?
Unfortunately, it got stuck in my spam and I didn't find it till yesterday.
Oh, understood.
So that's not your fault. It's been happening way too often. So, but I got it yesterday, and now you served someone with this from the city and also the.
I did not, but I was going to ask you if I should copy Ms. Hassan.
Yes, and it seems like they asked that you also serve the inspector,
I'm sorry.
the officer.
I will do that.
Okay, all right, but so it just happened yesterday, but I'll get on it. Just wanna
Thank
let
you, Your Honor.
know. Thank you.
This concludes the special magistrate lien reduction agenda.